What up, Gamer Doc? How's it going, my guy? How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a good days. We got Crucible today. That's gonna be a fun one. There's also, man, I tried to sleep on it and trying to see if it would stop bothering me. But there's a couple of things, a couple of topics that have been bothering me about this game. Not to start the morning heavy, but just like things that shouldn't be happening that are still happening, that continue to happen, and that have not been communicated with us at all. So, not to start off the day negative, we'll do Crucible first. But like, Kahori still being broken in stage 2 is insane. The Professor X hidden buffs not being disclosed, insane. Professor X saga, I should say. The third running of the pocket dimension, insane. And there's more. There's other stuff. I just need to think about it. Obviously, there's overpower. Is always looming in the background. I try and just look at it as a new thing we have to work around, but that's not great either, right? So I think I want to do a video on that this morning. But we'll start with Crucible, have some fun. I want to see if I can just let it wash off. Let it wash off. Anyway, that's where we're at today. That's why I'm starting late. I was like, let's get a coffee, let's chill, drink some water, have a good breakfast. I still feel like an asshole. All right, we're up against a big overpowered disadvantage here. Decided to come back to the game after retiring in December. Last team that released was Astro. Who should I build up? Also, what's the player base up in arms about now? I'm assuming it's overpowered because I lost a couple war attacks. My first war back because old counters didn't work to overrun. That's what a lot of people are a bad math. Yeah, there's lots of stuff. You should be building up your Vigilance team and now your Thunderbolts team, Khaldun. Because you already have Extreme, Night Stalkers, Orcus, so you should be building up your Vigilance team as soon as you get them unlocked. And next patch is Thunderbolts. That should be your main priority for sure. The solution is hide the bad math. Communication has always been a weakness. Yeah, communication's always rough. Whatever, Risa. Anyway, we got this one today. I don't know how this is going to go. I'm thinking I'm doing Starjammers on 6. So that I can do Odin. Apocalypse for extra life. Shuri, Hank for speed, and Null. This is where I'm at right now. This is where I'm at for this stage. We're going to let the Mephisto Altus turn 1, but he doesn't have offense up. That's helpful, right? Because normally he ults you with offense up, and you have defense down. So Null's going to make him ult turn 1. He doesn't have offense up. We have the extra life from Apocalypse. The Shadow King hit is going to smash somebody, but it shouldn't be too bad. And then, as we get Odin's ability up fast enough, I think he just wins. That's where I'm at. What do you guys think about this strategy? 219,000 people in leaderboards as of 3 hours ago. 2 weeks was 280K. That's rough. That's real rough. This is the team I'm thinking about for this guy. I think this works. I think I could also do this. Just to be sure. Because once I get that battlefield effect, it's just about draining and barrier, right? Yeah, that's another issue. This where the hell, like, they're so backed up on things. Hang next to Odin? Why Hank next to Odin? I'm not saying it's not a good idea, I just don't know why. Anyway, this is where I'm at. And then the rest, I don't know. Hopefully the rest falls into place. Gives Odin speed up. Oh, because he can ult. Right. I honestly, I always forget about that part of this rule. About this stage. Okay. That's probably about it. Big Sparta. Delayed payout from Monkey Business. X Coins store extended. Oh yeah, they crunched the X Coins store, right? Hey, Spread, this looks great. What up, Herb? Anyway, and then hopefully the rest of everything will just fall into place after if I can one-shot this one. Let's give it the old college temp. Let's record this. Let's have some fun. So many Johnnies, the whole alliance of Johnnies. They're all fucking killers, too. That's the shitty part. They're all really good. Right, here we go in 3, 2, 1. How's it going, everybody? It's round 3 of this Cosmic Crucible. I did lose the last Cosmic Crucible up against Altered Beavis. I had a nice conversation with Altered Beavis. This was a really interesting Crucible that I'm actually going to include in a different video coming out later today for various fun reasons. We're up against Commander Johnny, though. Commander Johnny is no slouch. I actually don't know if Commander Johnny has Odin or not. If he does have Odin, he's going to be at 20 instead of 19. No, so he's still at 319, so no Odin for Johnny. So we're kind of on even footing there. Let's go in. Let's have some fun. How big is his Vigilante? All right, 5, 5, and 3. Okay. We'll give this a shot. Starting with stage 4. Stage 4 is definitely the hardest stage here. That doesn't mean the rest of the stages are pushovers, by the way. It just means this is the hardest one. So, sorry, I meant Professor X. He doesn't have Professor X in. Stage 4 is the hardest one, and he's got a really big team. So he's got the Shrieker Mephisto and a 1 diamond on his Shadow King, which means we're going to be taking a tremendous amount of damage. So I want to play this one a little bit safer, and that's why I pulled a Null off of defense. So I have a Null Odin. I'm actually also going to use Apocalypse here because I want the extra 20% life from Apocalypse. It's not even about the damage from Apocalypse. It's not about Apocalypse's turns. It's just about his passive. We have Hank Pym and Shuri because I'm hoping Shuri is going to pull those charges off of Black Knight and just kind of set it up for a little bit of an easier time. But we have to eat the ult from the Mephisto right away. The benefit is that he doesn't have offense up like he would normally get from doing his pact, right? And we don't have defense down from when he would normally do his pact. So this should help us out a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. It's not super fun. And I think Saw Owner was the originator of this team, but instead of Shadow King, he did Captain or Iron Patriot. And the reason for Iron Patriot is exactly what you're seeing me do right now. It's in case somebody comes in to avoid the offense up Mephisto hit, they have the Patriot passive giving 60% damage. So there's the first hit. Apocalypse almost died. Apocalypse did die from the retaliate. Hank almost died. But Hank served his purpose. All right, so let's try and get those charges off. We sure did. That's great. He will not get speed bar because of his own Captain Britain, so that's fantastic. The assists come in. Part of me wants to go right for him here. We are going to use the ult. Yeah, part of me wants to go right for him here. Because stopping his stuff would be really nice. Oh, he's dead. Overpowered going to help us out a lot here too, which is nice. I don't expect anybody to survive except for Odin, by the way. I get basic to get the battlefield effect up. Special will do it as well. Special will heal here and here, I guess. But he can flip that anyway. But it does give me charges and stuff. All right, we'll do the special. The charges is going to make it more likely that I actually get through this with Odin like full life. The Mephisto just took his 2 turns, and we are not dead to the Shadow King ult, and that's the most important thing here. How is Shuri alive? That's crazy, but can I... Oh, he's got immunity. Let's say, if I can land the ability block here, that'd be crazy, and then he wouldn't ult me. He almost died to the overpowered. Oh, Odin got that. He's dead, right? Oh, we're actually going to end this pretty healthy. Compared to, you know, other times I've done this match, it's very healthy. I should have basicked. It does a lot more damage. Boom. All right, here we go. Boom. That was really good. Now we just got to come in and do good on the rest of it. So we'll see how that plays out. What did I do? What did I do that through? Sorry. Why did I ult with Null? Why wouldn't I ult with Null? Oh, but Odin had his charge up. He was taking the next turn. Odin has like Odin had speed up plus he had his charges. He had like 500% or 400 something speed stat. What's the issue? Okay, so we got Immortal. We could use Immortal here, I guess. We could also use Immortal here. Corey's on defense, so we'll probably use Immortal here. Cabal Black Cat over here, maybe? Cabal Black Cat Kang, since there's no... Yeah, Cabal Black Cat Kang. There's no, no Nightcrawler to make this any sort of interesting. We'll just kill him first, and then work our way over here. This is going to be Starjammers, and hopefully they don't suck, because I'm going to get overpowered. I have my own Night Stalkers, so we'll do Night Stalkers with Big Time Spider-Man here, Immortals here, and Superior 6 here. Don't use Starjammers on 6. Why would I not use Starjammers on 6? We stop their speed stat, we stop the speed up, we won't apply slow. Why on earth wouldn't I use Starjammers on 6? You're talking crazy. I have no other option, so it's not even in the cards to talk about. And we'll Superior 6 this. So you get Superior 6 Vulture Mysterio. Well, let's have Old Man Logan to play with. I have no better use for my Immortal. I don't know why you're trying to force Immortal off that. Superior 6 should walk over this. I can do Superior 6 with Old Man Logan here too. Immortal 3. No, I'm Night Stalkers. I'm using... Okay, no, you're making it overcomplicated for no reason right now, Herb. Why on earth would I do that? You're confusing the shite out of me, bro. This is the fun part, these overpowered tags. Yeah, I don't know why Starjammers wouldn't be okay. I could see Groot dying. And that one had revives that you had to fight through. Yeah, also Immortal on 3. Doesn't Nimrod go first and kill my entire team? No. I'm gonna have to ignore you for a little bit, Herb. I feel like you might be a Johnny in disguise. You might be a Johnny in disguise. Let's do Starjammers here. Alright, what would you guys think I should do instead? Because I don't have Nightcrawler. You think I should use my own Night Stalkers? You think a mirror match is safer than Starjammers is? That's crazy. Vigilante here? That's also crazy. Blade will still get to go and kill people. Yeah, that's crazy. If I had Apocalypse, I'd do Apocalypse Kang Cabal here, but I don't, so. No, Starjammer is my only option. Is it 2 words? Am I just spelling Starjammers wrong? Oh, it's Starjammer. Blade goes right after Rocket, probably. If I had to guess. So I'd probably do it like this, because the lander is going to take the hit really well. Apocalypse can Cabal instantly loses this? Maybe. Nightcrawler blocks the speed stat block. That is enough. Oh, Nightcrawler blocks the speed stat block from Howard. Is that for real? I never should have suggested this for them. They're fucking stupid in how they implement things. Full Illuminati works here, but I can't do full Illuminati. I don't have full Illuminati. Oh, Blade Oath went before Sable. Oh, okay. No, not before. It doesn't work on Starjammers. It works on... what are you saying? This one has Emma. This one does not have Nightcrawler. So that's why this one... that's why this Illuminati won. Illuminati can definitely lose here. Yeah, I'll never suggest... I'm just going to make stupid easy rooms from now on. If I win the next tournament, room is going to be like... Give offense 500% stats, give defense 500% minus stats. And the room's going to be called Overpowered These Nuts, Bitch. The speed stop should be in effect until Howard takes a turn. Should be. Anyway. Okie dokie, me and Chad been fighting about this one. I have to use Starjammers here. Look, I have no other choice. I don't have Illuminati, I don't have an Apocalypse, I don't have anything that I could do in that regard. So here we go. Starjammers. Should I bring Old Man Logan in here? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. We're just gonna hopefully get Groot taunt up before Blade goes, because Blade will overpower everybody on my team except for Lilandra. So, here we go. The overpowered here is the biggest issue, because both Oath and Blade have it on my entire team except for Lilandra. So we really want to get the buffs off here. This does clear all positive effects, because I want to go get the ability to block trauma on the Blade. If Blade is going right now, we lose. That essentially... Okay, so what that means is that Howard's passive is not working. Howard's passive is not working. This is just a straight up bug. I'm sorry. This is just a straight up disgusting bug, and Scopely fails at their job. That's why I have to make a video on the last one. This is such a big fucking failure from Scopely. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. In Crucible, this character has 4 or more Stargem allies. The speed of all enemies can only be altered by positive or negative effects. Can only be altered. Nightcrawler stops you from draining the speed stat. He doesn't stop the alteration. Use the same fucking word, Scopely, or don't make a game, okay? Because you're so fucking horrible at this. It's ridiculous. I'm so tired of how bad they are at everything. Further proving how shitty the goddamn Starjammers are too, by the way. She died to bleeds. Why do we have an Envoy server? When we report stuff and it just gets ignored, why even have one? Why do it? Why do you pretend that you care about anybody's feedback ever? Alright, we're going to use full Night Stalkers on this. Nightcrawler goes first. There's no speed bar though, so we'll see who gets the coin flip here. Enemy Blade 1, does that one shot? Okay, one shot my man thing. Fun. Who's going first? Enemy Oath or my Oath? At the very least, I have to kill this guy or we can't even keep this. And that's why everyone's quitting the game right now. By the way, not even joking. People are quitting the game because Because the difference between having overpowered and not having overpowered is the difference between giving a shit about the game and not giving a shit about the game. And that's just real. Maybe I should have stunned the Agatha. I don't want to do the slow here. Oh, she's not even overpowered. I don't want to do the slow here because it's going to get flipped. 260 unavoidable or 200. This reduces speed bar. Oh, hold on. This reduces speed bar. Okay. Wish she was a striker right about now. That it wasn't a that's so crazy to me that wasn't enough to make mine go first, but okay. Sure. He's going to put slow on everybody. That'll get flipped, but it'll kill people too. I feel like that's going to kill people. So I have to ability block him, but there's no trauma, so it wouldn't matter. We'll do it here then to stop the stun. Her passive already went, so she died. That's good. Striker Oath. Not, yeah, so the slow doesn't matter, but it would have got flipped anyway. Let's try and land the Hail Mary stun here, I guess. Sure. The Hail Mary stun worked. I'll try and get her low enough for my Oath to kill her, maybe. Or maybe Agatha got that handled. Agatha got that handled. That's good. So the mirror match worked. It shouldn't have. And Starjammer's not working. Starjammers are so fucking garbage. Oh my god, I should have ulted to heal up. Whatever. I'm sorry about that outburst, guys. It's 9 a.m. There were just so much bad things that happened on Strike Force that aren't even about overpowered. And it's just like, there's so much that has been communicated to them that just they completely ignore. And for a game that I love to be not just in the fucking shitter right now, but to be going down the drain, that's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. We get Starjammers that I'm not going to though. What up, Ghost? I'm not really in the mood to go. Yeah. Not in the mood right now. There's so much just idiocy from these guys. All right, we should maybe do Hitmonkey instead of Black Cat, huh? They both have stun trauma, but Hitmonkey is non-resistible, maybe? Instead of Black Cat, do Hitmonkey. Oh no, Black Cat is my well, she's a stun ability block. Sorry, stun trauma. But she's also another chance to get a crit. Alright, we're going to come in here with Black Cat, Kang, Cabal. I thought about doing Hitmonkey instead, because there's no way that gets resisted. But Black Cat, if Kang doesn't get his crit, Black Cat is another source that can get me a crit because she's a villain, so that's good. We're going to simmer down. We're going to simmer down. The rest of this is going to be fun or funny, one or the other. Okay, so okay. Oh, there's a taunt. True. All right, let's get the slow over here. We did get a crit, so we're good. Herc should be gone. We'll do the rewind here. Dormammu's gone. Okay. I'm killing her. I know that's going to call an attack in on me, which I'm not a fan of. But I also see that Kang is going first. So it's kind of whatever. Oh, a basic here would save my Namor. Because this will cleanse, right? This doesn't cleanse, does it? Apply 3 regeneration. Heal all allies for 20%. No, it doesn't do the cleanse first. So this cleanses first. Clear one negative effect. I mean, it may not clear the one I want. It might kill her, though. It might kill her. Let's see if we can get her killed, I guess. I don't know. Oh, not even close. Those new stats are way too hard. Yeah, those new stats are way too much. Bye, Namor. You did your best, Bubba. He's going first? I didn't know that got speed bar. I fucked up big time. We might lose now. Oh, he survived somehow. That's crazy. Okay, if we can just kill him, then we'll just leave it. I didn't know that her doing her revive thing gave him speed bar. Yikes. Big yikes. I didn't know that that gave him speed bar. Because my Kang was going to like, Kang will kill him. That's crazy. It's a permakill. I don't think Black Cat was gonna kill the Omega Red if I did it there. Did I miss an announcement about Liberty being in the Diamond Store? Yeah, I did too. It's definitely in their random account. Yeah. Alrighty, Starjammers. Nope. Immortal X-Men up against the Liberty team. This is in stage number 2. So we're going to get juiced up damage. We'll get juiced up control, and we're going to just juice them up. They're going to get speed up the second Storm goes, and then we're going to flip it and laugh at them. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. So we're going to stun the Falcon because he is the fastest enemy. Get wrecked, nerd. Then, let's see, she's a striker. We got one over here on the Patriot. Sure. Let's go for the Patriot. Okie doke. We can put a vulnerable out there. I guess we could put it on Captain Sam. I guess. I mean, he already had one. I meant we could put more damage on him. This is Polaris. Alright, a bunch of them are dying. We'll just do this to rewind everybody. And then Peggy says bye-bye. Bye-bye! Well, alright then, guys. It's time to use that Apex Crucible team, and you know who they get to face. The worst raid team in the current meta. That's who the Starjammers get to go up against. Isn't that fun? Isn't that swell? Isn't that handy dandy? I still don't understand the aversion to just buffing the Lander's speed stat. It's so ridiculous they won't do it. Let's go over here. Invaders might be better than Orcus. We'll try and get this Nimrod dead before he kills us with his overpowered, sorry. Same thing. At least that's what a lot of the whales will have you believe. God, that overpowered almost killed my Havoc. This hits everybody, right? Yeah. Will that take out her? No. I really gotta know, in what world is 25% life and all the star advantages in the world not enough to make people win? And if they can't win with that advantage, just give them some goddamn, not Legos, baby blocks. Because Legos would be too complicated. Let's be real. I'm going full villain mode. Fuck it. I'm going full villain mode. Scopely doesn't want to serve their game and just wants to serve big spenders. You gotta do both. You gotta have the game be good and then you milk the spenders. You don't get to treat us all like shit and think that we should still play the game. If I had any sort of pull, I would 100% try and get people to walk out of the game for a week. What I would 100% say, let's put the game down for a week. When Marvel Mystic Mayhem comes out, everyone put the game down for a week. See what they fucking smarten up. It's ridiculous, dude. It's so ridiculous. There's so much potential in this game. The bones of the strategical problems that you can come up with attached to the Marvel IP. There is so much you could do with this game. And they just refuse to do it. They refuse to give an ounce of a fuck. Okie doke, we got these guys. So it's Vigilante. I'm gonna go in here with Superior 6. We do get Speed Bar here. We're gonna do a bunch of damage. We're gonna get stuck on him, but I think Slayer's probably gonna kill him pretty quick here. We also have Logan doing Logan things. Should be okay. Maybe I could bring Vulture instead of Kraven, because Kraven seems kind of unnecessary here. And Vulture would have a nice turn meter rewind, but fuck it. Let's see what happens. I think having the extra Superior 6 to rewind further to let Old Man Logan like reach his ult before any of them get to go will be more than enough. I didn't realize they get all these buffs. My god. I should have brought Mysterio. Okie doke. Punisher is gonna smack, huh? These Punisher retaliations are the truth. We are in a world of trouble. I'm going to base it because I need that Logan to get another assist off. I think we lose, guys. Uh-oh. I think we lose. I think Sable's about to ruin my day with Overpowered. Well, offense down Overpowered still was crazy. Logan can't revive here, right? So remember that. But he survived. He'll kill the Hit Monkey, so revives are back on the table. More importantly than that, though, I think Punisher's dead here. Vulture looking like I really should have brought Vulture now, though, huh? Oh, Daredevil with a big heal. Daredevil overpowered as well. Okay, this is going to be Logan versus the world at the end of this. It's actually unironically going to be Logan against the world here. Let's make sure we get kills. All right. That went swimmingly. Vigilante, not trash. Superior 6, old stats, overpowered, trash. Very much trash. Monkey blocks only on offense, well, there you go. All right, well, with that one loss and that one temper tantrum, we went down to 49,751. Let's see if my opponent did their attacks yet. They did. They actually got an additional loss, so my temper tantrum was for no reason, except for the fact that, on principle, I think it's fucking stupid. All right, so he did Superior 6, Mysterio, Apocalypse up against my Liberty, Endgame Thanos. He ended up doing Immortals into my Kahori, Emma, Omega Sentinel, Guardian team with Black Knight. The whole thing here, if homie's smart, he just stunned the Omega Sentinel. If not, he popped off. So Omega Sentinel popped off, and that's why this looked rougher than it needed to be. I guess Kahori goes pretty quick too, but she's doing her basic, right? So this is like a pull Immortals room. My opponent did this to me in the last Crucible, and we'll talk about it because it was sure funny. Oh no, I get to go before she gets to go. And Storm got stunned out the gate. Yikes. So what happened to me in my last Crucible, you'll see it in a different video today, is when I went in with my Kahori team, the overpowered Omega Sentinel one-shot me. And I thought that was great. But Immortals was definitely the right team to take in here, for sure. Kahori's still just doing her basics, so that's good. For him. Cool. Well, as soon as you take Kahori's speed bar away, she's useless, right? Look at that Omega Sentinel popping off. He stunned the Black Knight. Interesting. I think either way it would have played it the same way. If Micah Hori was overpowered, this was a win for me, by the way. Yeah. If my Omega Sentinel had overpowered, if I chose her instead of the Death Strike, that's a wrap. I just win that. All right, so he didn't take an L there. I thought that maybe that's where he got a loss from. So let's see where he actually got his losses from. So it wasn't there. Oh, he had Skrull. I didn't realize he had Skrull on offense. So I put my Annihilators with Pav, and he tried to hit it with a Kahori, Ares, Kang, Old Man Logan Skrull team. Got really close but lost. We'll watch that one. That one seems like it could be fun. He one-shot this with Annihilators, Odin, and Null. I love that, actually. I love that. It kind of looks like a similar story to mine, though, where it's just like a Odin carries. The big difference here is there's well, no, because this guy's still ults. It just, the whole team has defense up. Like the Illuminati members didn't have defense up. Apocalypse has old stats, so he just got ripped by it. So it's just having new stat characters around Odin. Yeah, it's just about getting Odin his thing. Getting Odin his battlefield effect up. He did Starjammers into my Phoenix Force, Nightcrawler, Scientist Supreme Strange attack. And he lost against my Orcus team. My overpowered Orcus team. Okay, this is... The overpowered bullshit taketh away and the overpowered bullshit giveth. I can't believe that's how I won this one. So no win here. This is what I thought I might get a win on. So lost this. I think this is what it is, right? This was just Skrull v Skrull. Shit happens, shit happens. Gohori didn't get to do her stuff in time. That's all that was. Let's watch this stage 6. This is just overpowered. This is me being an overpowered asshole is what this is. Also, he didn't have Captain Britain, Nightcrawler, or Apocalypse. So his Illuminati members did not get speed up on spawn. I don't know if he was banking on that. Yeah. So this speed up on spawn is not real, right? So it should still go her, yeah, but she's heading into all these debuffs, so she can't do anything there. Lady Deathstrike. Lady Deathstrike won the coin flip and one-shot Hank Pym, so say goodbye to that passive. Get owned. And then Nimrod comes in, he says, by the way, I'm gear tier 20, get fucked. No, you have to have Nightcrawler, Captain Britain, or Apocalypse with your team for them to benefit from having speed up, right? And apparently, Quackman's, Howard the Duck's, cannot be altered is actually, it must be coded the exact same way Nightcrawler, sorry, the exact same way Emma Frost OG's is coded. It must be coded as a subtraction. So they gain the speed stat, and then Howard's like, let's rewind that back. But Nightcrawler, Apocalypse, and Captain Britain stop the let's rewind that back part. Anyway, shout out to Commander Johnny. I'm mad at myself for making that room because it's shown so many flaws in their game design. Good stuff. Anyway, we went 2 for 1. We were free falling. We're 129 right now. I don't know. I should just let myself free fall because there's gonna be so many Professor X's up here, and if somebody puts Professor X with Mephisto and Professor X, Mephisto, Emma, Black Knight, and like a Shadow King, like you have to 2-tap that room. There is no difference. You put that in 4, you have to 2-tap that room. Is my understanding. I mean, maybe you can go in there with your own Mephisto, risk winning the coin flip on the Professor X, and if you do, then you're good. If not, your Mephisto gets annihilated. So, there's that, I guess. Anyway, sorry about the baby rage, but also, fuck this game. The one match I won this week was actually versus Professor Xavier. Did they play really stupidly, Royalty? If his Hank didn't get erased, his Hank would have done a really nice heal. Sorry. His Hank would have done a really nice heal. Yeah. He would have done a nice heal. He would have cleansed the bleeds Lady Deathstrike did. But he died before his passive could even pop off. hitting Star Jumpers and MS. Yeah, so here's the thing. You can't fix, I'm not gonna say it. Some people cannot be helped. If you can't win a match when you have Professor X advantage, where you're automatically gonna pretty much, I'm sure someone else has a solution. Ask Salander. Where you're gonna be getting 2 wins, like, I don't know what to tell you. I gotta call tax people in a second. Let's see how this one went. His scroll went first. Yeah, I have way more buffs. That's fair enough. How does he lose this? This is going so good for him. So Pab doesn't get a turn. That's a nasty rewind. Plus a striker attack. Good stuff. Surfer. Surfer almost erased the Kang. There goes Kahori and Kang. Oh no, Corey lived. No, Corey died. Here's the ult. Does his Old Man Logan kill himself on the room rolls? Oh my god. Striker attack does it. He got stunned from the scroll passive, even though he's supposed to be immune to stun. Why did he die there? My scroll died? Crit? Holy shit. He died to the room roll. My alliance mate said he got ability blocked and lost to a room 6 Mephisto null. Why? Okay, no. I'm not taking any examples from people that are using Professor X on offense. Because they listened to Doolom, who said, please put your Professor X on defense. I got the solution. And Doolom has no fucking idea what he's talking about there. If you face... Was it this team? I think it was this Crucible. No, why can't I see? Oh, sorry, I'm up here. If you face this team, no, this team, you're not one-shotting it. You're not. You will not one-shot this. You won't. That is correct. Exactly what Sierra was saying, correct. You lean into stage 4. So if you don't have it in stage 4, somebody could 2-tap it by going in there with Mephisto, getting you exhaust, and pausing the game and not letting Professor X do his special. Then Professor X has 2 exhausts, you can go in there, you can do your thing. But if the enemy has Mephisto with the Professor X stuff, then that doesn't work anymore, now does it? Actually, no, it does, because he'd still have 2 exhausts, but you have to pause it. And then you don't have your Mephisto on defense. It's a whole crapshoot. But no. Somebody puts this guy on offense, I'm sorry, you're trying to lose. Or you're one of those rare people that likes to play with their toys instead of win. And I say rare sarcastically there. I think that's a completely fair take. I don't want to post the Crucible video because of how baby raged I got in the second fucking match. Was it this one? Oh, I can't show you because I canceled. She one-shot me. My Kahori went. I did get Retaliate from the Black Knight, and then she hit me for 5 million. And she killed me. My whole thinking was, okay, I know Kahori will survive 2 hits from Black Knight, and then Kahori's special will kill the Black Knight, and then my Kahori gets more turns after that. Nope. Omega Sentinel was like, actually, how about you go fuck yourself, nerd? And that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. So then I did a burn attack and I hit it with the same team and I still got smashed by this overpowered. This is the part that pisses me off about overpowered. This is what I'm going to be putting into a video. I hate that Altered Beavis's defense here will not be given the credit it's due. Simply by putting Black Knight with Gohori and Omega Sentinel, and I put Guardian in with mine on the next one instead of her, because I think that's useless. I put Guardian in instead so the offense up. If you put that team on defense, you cannot get mirror matched by Gohori. Because you have to somehow get... Well, you can, I guess, if you do the mirror match and you hope the enemy goes before you. Like, that's how you could do it, right? So, Altered Beavis's defense here doesn't get the credit it's due because Omega Sentinel trivializes everything with her stupid-ass overpowered. It doesn't make it... It takes away what I would actually call a really intelligent defense team. And then this team was actually really smart too. I just hit it with Vigilante because I just gave up. After this happened, I gave up. I was like, well, he has Professor X. I know I have to take 2 more losses. I've already taken 4. I give up. But I went with stage 1 Vigilante. I wanted to see what happened. This endgame Thanos obliterated my team. And then you know what? He healed up. So he went to half, killed my entire team, healed back up to full, and did it again. And this is, again, overpowered just being so fucking stupid. Because there's these health triggers, there's out-of-turn passes in the game that we can't strategize around. So when you say there's still strategy in matches, don't. Because you're lying or you don't know your own game. 2 options. Both make you look stupid. Alright? And then he almost killed me entirely here again. Other than that happened... Oh, this one was funny. I wish I was recording this. I was just playing on the sofa with my wife. No, I didn't get mad. I was just like, huh, when this happened. Because I was watching Switching Gears with my wife. It's a Tim Allen and the girl from Thor, Darcy. That's a really fun show. It's like a stupid sitcom kind of thing. But what, okay, can anyone guess what happened here the first match that made this go sideways? You guys know. It's me who went in, so of course it happened like this. What happened? You guys are kind of on the right track. So, Old Man Logan is hidden in the corner with Dakin covering him, right? Pav hit the Logan, which gave speed up to the Skrull, and the overpowered Skrull one-shot my Old Man Logan. That was fun. That one had me going, oh, I hate this guy. I was like, oh, okay. All right, I see how it is. I got overpowered again. Okay. But I went back in, and then Old Man Logan didn't get targeted. I don't think the Skrull got speed up on the second attempt, so Logan got to get in his groove, and he eventually killed everybody. Stage 4, well, this, I saved Odin for no reason. I saved Odin because I was mad about stage 2, essentially. And so what ended up happening here, we do the burn attack, we do this, and then we finish it up with Immortals, which is what we're supposed to do. By the way, Hela could be the answer to this stage because the Greg will take the hits from Mega Sentinel, but only if there's no Black Knight. The second there's a Black Knight, he damages your Gohori, so you're not 100% life, and then Greg's no longer the target. So if you see a variation of this team, but somebody's trying to cheap out on it with like Sasquatch, use Hela here. Your Ka will ping your Ka. It's not your Ka will ping your Ka. That did 0 damage to me for some reason. Like it did actual 0 damage to me when I went in there. Well then you can go in, you can have your Ka be a fortifier if you really want. This was just overpowered yet again. This guy ended up taking a turn, killed my entire team. But it was just him left, so these 3 got it done in time. This is, again, it was just as overpowered. I think it was overpowered. Let me go take a look. Scream SK, take the core hit, pass with her. Yeah, you can do that too. I have vision on offense now for that reason, I believe. Oh, I killed the Phoenix. That was bad of me. That death proof does not save you from the Phoenix pass special that's about to pop off here. Yeah. Oh, I thought I did this. Okay, this was not near as bad. Oh, I got lucky because of Groot. Let's take a second. You could tell I was tilted because I didn't even take the time to put Groot in the corner. I just said, fuck it. You could tell how tilted I was because I didn't even put Groot in the corner, which worked for me, so that's good. But I just couldn't be bothered. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, then we end up winning this one. All right. I lost against the Night Stalkers too. It was a rough Crucible. It's really, really good thing I was just hanging out with the wife. She's my goose fraba. Yeah. I lost on stage 6 against the Night Stalkers as well. I forget what I used there though. Oops. Oh, I just went in with Orcus Mysterio. I was like, yeah, let's YOLO this. Obviously, no Scientist Supreme. They still got their speed stat. I was just hoping that my Nimrod, with all the speed stat he was getting, would get one attack off. And then I cleaned it up with Illuminati Apocalypse. Which I probably could have done Illuminati Apocalypse from the beginning, but I just didn't bother. I don't know. Oh, and I took the Black Panther Shuri out because I didn't want to put slow on them. Oh no, 0. Alright, well let's post the temper tantrum video, I guess. Let me go upload that. Edit and upload. And then I want to make a video for this afternoon talking about all the issues that have been really bothering me about Marvel Strike Force and making me look at other things. It's just, man, so much potential. So much squandered potential, it feels like. I was excited for yesterday's Rage match, but I saw you 2 match. Why do you have 7 hours left in Monkey Business if Fallen Dimension is over? I don't know. Fallen Dimension was a hot mess. Never gets a turtle trying to fuck a shoe. Pretty much. Dad joke of the day? Let's do it. We got a couple of them to go through. We're on the 26 here. Why did the pony ask for a glass of water? It was a little horse. Long fairy tales have a tendency to drag on. What kind of car does a sheep like to drive? A Lamborghini. Fuck off. I gotta call the tax place. Give me a sec. All right, got some last minute tax stuff that I'm gonna have to do today. It might be a short stream because I gotta get that done because it's gotta be done by the end of the month, which is kind of coming up. It's coming up a little close. And I gotta get all my wife's stuff. I gotta digitalize everything. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. Gonna be a big old pain in the butt. Here. And if somebody puts Professor X... Oh wait, I need to do these CC things too, right? I need to finish these as well. These CC transitions, we only have stages 1 through 4. Okay, this was stage 6. No, this was stage 4, okay. Shots, starting with stage 4. Perfect. Apparently there's a big old fine I'm gonna have to pay if I don't get it done in time. What's the favorite Dorky? Or what's the favorite Teresa? What can I do for you, brother? This was stage 6. We have nothing for that except for rage. Ridiculous. It's so stupid. In Crucible, this character has 4 or more Star Gem allies. The speed of all enemies can only be altered by positive or negative effects. Can only be altered. Nightcrawler stops you from draining the speed stat. He doesn't stop the alteration. Use the same fucking word, Scopely, or don't make a game, okay? Because you're so fucking horrible at this. It's ridiculous. All right, I think we'll cut it off there. I think we'll just cut it off there, maybe. How bad was the rest of it? I'm so tired of how bad they are at everything. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. The goddamn Star... They're proving how shitty the goddamn... Yeah, we don't need all that. I think we're good with it closing there. I think that's okay. Let me get another little gander at that. Nightcrawler stops you from draining the speed stat. He doesn't stop the alteration. Use the same fucking word, Scopely, or don't make a game, okay? Because you're so fucking horrible at this. It's ridiculous. All right, perfect. Perfect. Well, that's one word for it, right? Can you check the CC talk? I'm funny. Okay, give me a second. How far was it, Risa? I mean, this guy's defenses look really easy, man. You should be fine. Starjammers will smash 1. Illuminate Logan in 2. I don't like you putting slow out there super fast on the blade, the overpowered blade. I'm not a huge fan of that. But it should work. Yes, Night Stalkers will work in 3. Kuhori, Apoc, Guardian plus 2 and 4. Where'd it go? Yeah, I mean, Kohori's gonna rip that one up. You could also bring Kestrel. I'd probably bring Kestrel. I would do, if you want to use Apocalypse there, that's fine. Gory, Apocalypse, Guardian, Kestrel. I'd do that. Immortals on 5. Immortals into that. I don't like. Nope. I don't like that. And then you have Odin plus 4 fast ones. Yeah, Spider Society is terrible in 6. I don't know why homie put that in 6. Yeah, you could definitely use Odin there. I don't know if you want fast people or tanky people. You want 3 tanks and 1 person who goes before your Odin. Yodin gets his battlefield effect up and you win. Battlefield effect via special and you win. You don't have Cabal put here at all. What's with your Cabal right now? You should do Cabal on 6. There's a lot overpowered. You should do, this is what I got Scotty to do. You should do Cabal with Black Cat. Oh, there's no rogue here. Okay, never mind. You don't need to worry about that. So yeah, just Cabal with Kang, and yeah, Black Cat for sure. Black Cat or Gore if you have them, I guess. Just get those revives off. You can just hit Monkey too if you don't want to risk the resists. That's what I would do. And I would use Illuminati Odin on that stage too. I'm just very, 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 very concerned that that blade is going to kill you the second you put slow on him. With Black Panther Shuri. I would almost suggest not bringing Black Panther Shuri. I mean, she'll get the charges off, which is nice. Otherwise, Hank could do this special. Or he could ult and... Yeah, no. You'll be fine. You'll be fine with Illuminati. Because Hank is going to flip it and put trauma on them, right? Yeah, you'll be fine. Thoughts on last match? They can be perfect. All of it would be perfect. I'm sure that's not the message you're talking about. Open Lego Trials back in a couple hours. New updated guide. No, I can't do guides on them anymore because they've waited too long. My teams are far too big. It wouldn't make sense if they wanted content creators to help the new class of players coming into the game. Then they should be updating our playtest servers regularly at base levels for us to be able to actually do something to that effect. In its current state, my teams are autoplay on the Old Man Logan trial. And that is not an exaggeration. $0.19. I can't believe Starjammers lose that fight. And that's all overpowered. It's so crazy. That's crazy. Let's be real. Alright, this one's far too loud. Ready. Fight. Let's be real. Ready. Fight. Apocalypse has... I did them on stream. Well, I didn't get 2 of them done, unfortunately. All right, next thing I want to do is I want to make a rant video, unfortunately. No, I need to tell my wife to send me her stuff. Okay. So let me bring you over here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to talk about some things that have been going on with the game that kind of suck. Okay, let's do the thumbnail first. So actually we can keep a lot of the stuff I just deleted. Okay. And get rid of her. Get rid of this, and let's do this. Okay, this is going to be... Let's do... I'm worried about our game. Oops. Escape ticket. They already took the other ones out of the game? They already... Oh, they took Fallen Dimension right out, huh? Okay. Belongs to the Panthers. There'll be a lot of stuff in there, Kevin. Lots of stuff. Damn, I didn't even show it, huh? I just want the banner. Does anyone have a banner for it? I'm sure I could find one in the Discord somewhere. Does anyone have the banner for Fallen Dimension by chance? Oh, there it was. Shit. How do I get back there? No. It won't let me go. It won't let me go full screen. Oh, there we go. There it is. Got it. Never mind. Yeah, but Gridiron, there's a breaking point for FOMO, and Overpowered vastly exceeds that breaking point. Well, Fallen Dimension always was displaying the drop time that it ended up dropping at. That doesn't make it make any sense, but it does track with what they were giving us information-wise. It's like I can't find Shadow King anywhere. What else is there, guys? What am I forgetting? What did I miss? They're making mass changes to the game, and hardly anyone is saying anything about it. I hear they are doing away with regular campaign energy. I've never heard about that. I don't think they're doing away with campaign energy, Hugh. I don't know who. Yeah, I don't know who made that up. Odin Red Stars, sure, we can include him here for sure. Actually, he should be beside Old Man Logan. Maybe. Am I missing any of the big topics? I mean, we're going to do slides, so I'm sure we'll find it there, but I'm supposed to do this in slide form from now on, aren't I? We're going to take this thumbnail, and then we're going to go do the slides, because I like the slides thing. A lot of other things been bothering me. So there's overpowered. There's the stage 2 not being fixed. The fallen dimension, terrible communication. The third run working, affecting leaderboards. Professor X, the hidden rules that we wouldn't know unless there was data mines or we saw people that went through it. Terrible recommendations. Red stars for old characters. But there's more technical things that have bothered me as well. Like technical issues. Videos of it reported on multiple occasions, yeah. There's the Mephisto not losing empowered after 2 sacks in war. Is that a thing? I think maybe I haven't realized it because our guys are one-shotting. No, we've had to burn a couple Mephistos that way. Dulom on overpowered? I'm not sure I'd go that far. I don't know what he said, but I give immediate pushback. It's happening on random too. It's not as happy as Yoshi. Okay. Mephisto War is a thing. Okay, I'll take your guys' word for it. Do you guys have a video of it being done? I watched the Mobile and Dulon video, and I gotta say I disagreed with most of it. Not the spirit of it, but I disagreed with a lot of the explanations. Mr. F was getting charged when I bring in Old Man Logan, even after, like, you're doing it before or after Old Man Logan takes a turn, gamer? She gains them on spawn. Right, so it's the highest damage person, right? Or the highest health person? One of the others. Highest damage. So who else is with it? Is Mephisto with it? Mephisto has higher damage than her, I think. With no other chargeables. Interesting. You disagree that Scopely wants to fix the complexity of war, but Oakley directly contradicts that sentiment? That's a lie. Scopely wanted to fix the complexity of top-end wars. And OP directly does that. for the people they're trying to fix the complexity for. You feel me? You understand? Who's struggling with overpowered in war? And who has war been made infinitely more simple for? OP versus OP is a wash. OP versus not OP is not a wash, though. It makes things very simple. Very simple. Okay, let's just do this for now. Let me make a sad face real quick. The way I understood it, they want to dumb down war for non-warmongers. Maybe I'm wrong. They want to dumb it down for the biggest spenders that are quitting the game, aka Legion. I am now being the most cynical I've ever been in my life when it comes to this game, and that's just the only thing that makes sense to me. Legion stopped doing war. Legion exploded. Legion was the biggest spending alliance. They weren't the only big spending alliance, but they were the biggest spending alliance. And now, if they all have overpowered, well, wars just got a lot more simple for them, didn't they? There is no bringing Legion back. Legion's never coming back. They're already all over the place in other alliances and everything like that. There's no bringing them back. Once an alliance has exploded, that alliance has exploded. That was horrible. We'll keep it like that. I know that if you sack a Hori Mephisto team with a level 1 controller too, and sometimes the sack just ends up not working and not putting the exhaust on the next attack. Doesn't happen often for me, so I can't really tell what's going on. It has to do with Kahori passive killing before turn 1. Oh, that makes sense. To be completely fair, though, people that spend a lot should have an advantage. If you disagree with that, you're playing the wrong game. I have no problem with that, Nick. So let me tell you about, or let me show you a match I had this week in Cosmic Crucible. It was up against Altered Beavis. Altered Beavis smashed my fucking face in. I should not have lost this match. Endgame Thanos one-shot me. That sucked. It was not fun. It was a horrible experience. Here, Omega Sentinel one-shot Michael Hori before Michael Hori could do the 2 hits into Black Knight and then do the special, which would have killed the Black Knight, and I could have won that. But, realistically, Altered Beavis' team here was good enough that it would have killed me without overpowered. The smart defense he put up is overshadowed by his advantage with overpowered, which is not fair to him, right? He didn't need overpowered for this matchup for me to lose this. Okay? He spends more than me. He also did a smarter room than me, right? Stage 4, I had to take a risk here because of the way his defense was set up. Why did I have to take a risk? Because he had Professor fucking X. If having these mythical characters long before others is not an advantage enough to the point where you can have multiple teams that are trying to pull your immortal team so that you have to take an L, you have to do these super risky things, then I don't want the spenders to have that big an advantage because it's not healthy for everybody else. They're gonna win anyway. Overpowered is not the right way to further the divide. It is the stupidest, laziest way the divide. Stupidest, laziest, most frustrating way to gatekeep in the most ridiculous way. And without, this is what the crux of this video is going to be. If Scopely can't get their shit together and stick the landing on PvE, Roguelite, I love the guys that are working on Roguelite. I have faith. I have faith in them. I really do. I really do. There's so much pressure on their back to stick the landing on that, because that's going to be the first taste of the new style of PvP or PvE. My stream crashed. Are we back? Oh. Where did we leave off? Anyway. I don't know where it got cut off. In Arena, before overpowered, Gear Tier 19 was still beating Gear Tier 20. What's the point in buying Gear Tier 20 if it makes no difference? Even with overpowered, it didn't make a difference, though. What made the difference was Professor X, right? Refresh counter. The smart thing that they could and should do is to have an arena defining character every 6 months and an arena team once a year that works with those arena defining characters. I don't think overpowered was needed for arena at all. I disagree. I think a character like Odin flipped arena on its head. A character like Mephisto, Professor X, no, they all flipped it on their head. You have these arena defining characters that come in, and then you can have an arena team like the Annihilators that comes in and plays well with those certain characters that fights off the current meta. And then because they fight off the current meta and they have more stats in the past meta, get it? Like, take a look at in Mephisto in War, picture no video story. In the Discord or in the DM? Okay, perfect. Thanks. I can pull that up. I can work with that. Yeah, I can definitely work with that. No, having the newest best things should make you win. Having Professor X makes you win. Is anybody facing like a Professor X and they don't have Professor X and they're upset they're not winning that Crucible or that arena match? I don't think so. That's just built into the cake. What about reserves? If Gear Tier 18 tune is beating Gear Tier 20, does it invalidate your spending? You need to give me an example on that, because you are stretching the context of that statement. From what I understand the matches to be, you are stretching the context on that to an insane degree. So give me an example. Superior 6 versus Spider Society? It's just such a stupid argument. You're talking about what is supposed to be an extremely hard strategical counter. Like, it's literally the Superior 6. Literally made to counter spiders. And your thing is that you shouldn't be able to punch up 2 gear tiers. Okay, are we only doing gear tiers? Or are you telling me that a level 95 Superior 6 team is beating a level 105 gear tier 20 team? No, because I don't agree with your example. If you're telling me a level 95 gear tier 18 Superior 6 team in war, instead of Crucible, because it's the Crucible game mode, is beating Spider Society, I'd love to see that match in action. You can use Duelim's example of Undying doing a 6 to 7 mil punch-ups as a perfect example as why the balance in this game is broken. The Undying team has a super niche mechanic where they use the enemy's strength against them. The way to counter that is to take away revive chance. The Vigilance team probably shits on Undying. Also, Undying is still winning, so Overpowered didn't really do that. The Undying team has so much in their kits that even Overpowered doesn't fuck with them. The thing that wrecks Undying is not beating certain damage coefficients, not taking certain damage. Another thing that a lot of you guys are not taking into account, and I don't know if it's malicious or not, what is the percentage comparison between the punch-ups we used to see against the team sizes we used to see and the punch-up numbers we see now against the team sizes we see now? Because let's just do the math on this. I have not even done this. Let me pull up the calculator. Let me get a source for the calculator going. This is Notepad. This could be used as a calculator. Back in the day, when Darkhold first came out, what were the team sizes? Like 1.2 million? Overpowered is not going anywhere, and it's here to stay. That's not even this conversation here. I remember I'd have to go back in my videos. I mean, I guess I could just do that. Let me go back in my videos. Can I check videos from like way back? I want to see videos from like 3 years ago. I want to see the damages. Duelim's complaint was his underinvested in Undying. It didn't work for him anymore. I would want to see how underinvested his is, which matchups he's taking, and then I'd like to make fun of him for it. Because if he's telling me his 3-piece Undying is no longer beating a giant astral team on an 8-9 mil punch up, it's like, sure. No longer beating a giant astral team on an 8-9 mil punch up, it's like, sure. Figure that shit out on your own. You can walk, bitch. Offline again. I mean, they can't stop the video from happening. They can stop me from streaming it to you guys, I guess. What up, Beta? How's it going? Oh, don't tell me I lost everything. Come on, really? No shot. It all went away. Why did it do that? My local disk drive is slammed. That's why. Delete a bunch of this. Says these interns DDoSing me, maybe. Just put it in perspective. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Darkhold was around 1.2 million, right? And wasn't Underworld doing like 600,000 punch-ups into them? Not really, Beta. Not really. Overpowered is gonna have a slight ting here. It's not. No, you guys brought up Overpowered. What are you talking about? The only thing I brought up about Overpowered is that it's super unfortunate, and I gotta bring this down as well, is that I was gonna lose against Alter Beavis no matter what. Because he had not only Professor X that I had to take 2 losses on, immediately that he has over Professor X and I don't need Overpowered to punch me in the dick 1,000 more times, okay? And if Scopely has a better cadence of bringing out these cooler characters that are meta-defining, and they did it with Odin last year, they could do it every 6 months. You put sort of a 6-month reasonable timeline on these mythical characters before like a free-to-play can get them. And then a medium spender like me, I'm probably going to get Professor X 2 months from now. So about halfway I would come back in. I think that's enough. Immediately. That is enough. But people need to stop thinking that Krakens are stupid. Because Altered Beavis put this really good team on defense. And I was going to lose against this no matter what. No matter what, I was going to lose on this because the pings from Mega Sentinel and from Black Knight were going to get Micah Horry dead, or at least get her on the brink of death, and she would have died after killing Black Knight, doing a bunch of damage, and the end Micah Horry would have came and finished me up, okay? There was not necessary for Omega Sentinel to be pinging Micah Horry for 5 million damage. That was not necessary. It was not necessary for Endgame Thanos to one-shot my entire team, heal himself back up to full, and again, nearly one-shot my entire team. That's not necessary. The out-of-turn, like, gimmicky things that are getting affected by Overpowered in the most insane ways, it's bad. It's bad. Okay? My opponent, and let's put this into even more broad perspective. Because my opponent had Professor X, I had to take losses, but also the solution to this team, because it's a really well-crafted team, is the Immortal X-Men after 2 burn attacks, because you don't have to worry about the taunt anymore. You can get a stun trauma or a slow. Professor X is stopping speed bar. He's stopping speed up on spawn. Emma Frost is stopping speed stat. There is one solution to this. If you don't have your own Professor X, or if you're not willing to do a YOLO with your own Mephisto, okay? There's the solution for you, which means his Annihilator Skrull were more protected. It means his Kahori team is more protected. It means his Vigilante team is more protected. The downward effects, the chain reaction of this was gonna make Altered Beavis beat my shit in just like he did. I did not feel bad about losing to Altered Beavis. I accepted that when I saw the Professor X. I felt bad about getting one shot here. This made me not like the game. This match, I didn't feel bad about this until just now when I saw this was overpowered, because I knew there was an element of RNG coming in here. I knew if Pav goes for Old Man Logan and Skrull goes for Old Man Logan immediately, I'm gonna have a bad time. Guess what? That's exactly what happened. My Logan died before the match even started, essentially. So I backed out. I did it again with the exact same team, had better RNG, went along the way. I didn't feel bad about this because I knew I was being stretched. Okay? This one I didn't feel bad about either because I was really stupid trying to save this team for no reason. Overpowered is a bad way to do what it's trying to do. There are Krakens that have little knowledge of skill and are free to play, and there are free to play the same. People shouldn't pick on one or the other and generalize because it's not true. There are some smart players in all levels of communities. Yeah, I don't know what that's in regards to, but yes, 100% agreed. Anyway, that is a feels bad moment for me when it comes to overpowered, and I can see why these sort of gimmicky characters, the Thanos endgames of the world, the Omega Sentinels, Kestrel's old stats, that's not going to really come into effect. The Shadow Kings of the world, like these sort of gimmicky things that you can feed into that really, really, really punish any sort of strategy I don't like. I think overpowered bonuses should be offense only, so always a buff, never a nerf. That would be one way to go about it, I suppose. You would give an extreme efficiency advantage. I think the way that they do it with a character like Professor X, like Odin, like Mephisto, I think that's always been the best way. But giving an offensive advantage is perfectly fine as well. Where the rubber meets the road in this conversation, for me at least, and I can't believe I lost all that art. I'm gonna have to go do all that again. Fuck me. Yeah, it's gone. Damn it. It was a good start. I can't take a screenshot of either. I'll have to redo it. Is the PvE is horrible. The PvE is so stinky poo-poo bad right now. The bugs that are being reported, they're either too complex to fix quickly, so they're not being fixed, or they're being ignored. Either way, some sort of communication that this such and such is being worked on is essential for player trust, and it's not happening. And that's really frustrating. And I definitely scrolled away from that one picture, didn't I? Oh no, I still have it, thank God. Okay. This is gonna be the hardest one to get. Oh, Beta, I bet Ceci loved that. I bet Ceci and Shoddy loved that. I guess for me, overpowered doesn't ruin the game for me. It's everything that has been accompanying overpowered is ruining the game for me. And I think, unironically, it still all goes back to Battle World in a big way for me. Unironically, it goes back to Battle World in a big way for me, and how bad the implementation of Battle World was. So much, again, there's so much promise in this game. So much promise. Potential. I'm not gonna use the word promise anymore. It's potential. Untapped potential is super sad. All right, let's see. Shadow King, Odin, Old Man Logan, and the other one was Mephisto. Okay. My daughter is giving birth to my first grandchild end of June, July. So heading off in the sunset to spend more time with her and the new spawn of the family coming. Congrats, Beta Bill. That's huge, man. Grandpa Bill. That's got to be a trip going from dad to grandpa. That sounds spooky. Beta Bill's gonna be showing up with a new sports car to the birth. I'm not old. I would. Fuck. That's crazy. Congrats, man. Not willing to accept the title yet? Yeah, yeah. Till the last day, huh? Why can't I grab the global text here? What's going on? It's like all broken down. I need my Paw Patrol text. Thank you. There we go. That's not Paw Patrol text. Now it is. Okay. Direction, distance. There we go. Let's go border. Where'd he go? Apparently I was spelling border wrong. Something's wrong with me then. They're naming him Luca, and my ex suggested Skywalker as the middle name. Imagine poor kid being saddled with that. It's a good name. That's a strong name. We named our second Lucas. The first was supposed to be named Lucas, but I don't know. We just landed on Jacob in the operating room for some reason. Operating room, delivery room. My CC bugged yesterday on a match I won. It asked me if I wanted to report the bug. I did. Attacks were working, let's say at auto. I forced to cancel combat on me. Now I have to see if I lose. Damn, dude, that's trash. Oop, thanks. I'll get the typo. All right, we need to do our sulky face again. All right. Get my big ass forehead in there. Are you the day off, Scotty? What's the splinter? Luca Michelangelo? I thought it was like no Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle names. Wives don't get it, man. The turtles were everything with kids growing up. When am I going blonde? I don't know. You think it works for me? Let's go infographics. We're just gonna use a let's just use like a regular space themed thing. Yeah, when the kid is looking for a job and has to give their name. I am Michelangelo loves pizza Lee. Yeah, you're right. I should not be allowed to name my kids. You're right. It's for the greater good. All right, slides. I think when we do these slides, it worked better. It was better. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna put the image in for this one. This is just the thumbnail. We already did it. I think there was too many moving parts, so it makes sense to do it like this. Okay. And now we add one. Okay. This one is different. Let's insert an image. I want it to be a bug. Can I copy paste into this? Can I do this? I can. Can I stretch it? Can I? I want to stretch it. Why? No, don't lock aspect ratio. No, it's locking the aspect ratio. I don't want it to, though. I don't want it to lock the aspect ratio. These are the one things I find acceptable to stretch. Well, there's always a way. Unlock aspect ratio, Google Slides. Well, that's what I'm doing. And it's not so much letting me. Probably because I was pulling from the corner. I thought it would let me do... Okay. So it did unlock the aspect ratio, but in like the worst way possible. Gotcha. Okay. Anyway. Good enough. Okay. Insert text box. Where'd it go? Set images background. Okay. This is harder to use than just making slides for it, but we can animate stuff, which is good. Okay. Can I not change the color of the text? Can I not give it a background? Not loving this. Not loving this at all. I think I'll just make the slides here and then bring them over there. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. It just makes more sense that way. All right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I want to, maybe I just need to practice with that Google Slides more. But I don't need any fancy transitions, so it's fine. Transitions are nice though. They are nice. There's a different way we can do it though. Oops. It was always set to end this time. It was just a super awkward time for it to end, which is why everyone's confused. PT was always X days and 12 hours for reasons. Yeah, I'm not sure why it was, but it was. I remember somebody brought up in the Alpha Pro, I'm like, why is this thing so weird? I'm so excited to see Thunderbolts, though. My God. But Alec, I'm doing good. So I'm like hard at work trying to make probably like a dozen or 20 slides. That's what I'm working on right now, is the rant video, sadly. Okay, so that'd be it for Cadence. What should be next? Communication or hidden bugs? If one thing needs to be fixed in this game, it's the war matchup selector. Last 2 weeks we have faced number one total power alliance and the number 5. We're ranked 37. How is that remotely close? Because you're in the top 8 elo. If you don't want to face them, you should probably switch your war zone. Because if you're that high up, it's like the top 8 elos. There's four zones, right? So there's gonna be 32 teams in there, that are stuck in that elo hell. So you're gonna face them every 8 wars the way you currently are. Remove the time slot select cester. Yeah, they'll get burnt out fighting each other. That's why they have it there. What Nick is saying is probably correct, yeah. It's Fallen Dimension Omega, right? Why is this trying to save as PNG? What is it missing? That's covering it from net to butt. Shouldn't be missing anything. Why is it trying to say this is a PNG? It should be perfectly fine. That's so weird. What is happening? Here we go. Yeah, it's not my trophies. What other sources of communication I failed in? Because there's been a lot lately. Oh. Which is overpowered. It's not overpowered. New storeness process? They've told us about that. They've communicated that. Still trying to save it as PNG. It keeps fucking me up every time. I gotta back out and redo it. All right. Bugs, cadence, communication. I guess we could talk about overpower. I guess. I'm not gonna beat this dead horse though. This is a dead horse. We'll play the drums, but we're not gonna beat it. Why is it doing that? I'm gonna put my hand sign. So, it's a lazy difference maker, in my opinion. But the thing about it for PvE is it's never made sense for PvE. Right? It doesn't make sense for PvE. Because they'll do what they want to do to their characters no matter what. In PvE, they will choose their character's speed stat. They will choose if they start with ultimate. They will choose their damage stat. Overpowered doesn't affect PvE. The only way overpowered can and should affect PvE is in a positive way. So come out and say that. Because you manipulated your own characters, that's just built into the cake. We already know that now. Yeah, it's on one of the previous slides, Halcyon. It's not going to be used by them, only us. Yeah. The only time... Okay. Here's how you can make overpowered work in PvE that would be very beneficial to spenders and make sense in the scope of our gameplay. If you had content that had hordes of waves that on wave 1 they're gear tier 17 and by wave 10 they're gear tier 20, right? That's how you could limit how far somebody can push while also giving the people that have it bigger faster time to get to their limit and push like further on, right? That's how it could work in PvE. Could work. Overpowered as the gatekeeper on the next raids? It's not though. It's not. And the reason it's not is because they will put whatever damage stat they want on the characters they use against you. They'll put whatever health they want on the characters against you. The megas you have to OP 11 or by that time 12 or 13 in order to get through the nodes. Otherwise you won't have the damage stat to get through the health. That's what you think? Maybe. There's a good way to apply overpower to PvE. That certainly isn't it. Shit, I gotta what am I doing? I have that other video that's like going up. Right? Didn't I start one? I did. God damn it. I crashed out. had a temper tantrum. Star Jammers made me crash out. Kits are all lies. Let me get a thumbnail for it. I'm gonna duplicate this one because I don't want to lose it like I did last time. And it looks like we are losing it. Lazy difference maker. PvE is faked. What else about overpowered? Unhealthy niche characters. And then finally, communication is FOS. Do you guys know what FOS means? I'm sure you do, right? Full of shit. Fuck off, it's full of shit. It's full of shit. How'd you guys not get full of shit? Fuck off, Scotty. Definitely not. Fentanyl on its foods? You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy, dudes. Okay, a couple of them are saving at least. This one looks like it has the least amount of stuff. Huge crash out. Does Man Thing have cool art? Why can't I see him? Oh, there he is. Crossed out? Oh, did I spell it wrong? Let's do huge Crucible crash it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like working on this. You guys are chatting. I want to be part of the conversation, but I also just need to get this video real quick. Ah, shit! I closed it. Okay, hold on. I don't know which one I closed, but it wasn't the one I was working on at least. All right, let's move this one over here. So I went 2-1 the last 2 weeks, so that's good. We'll get back in Grandmasters by the time. Actually, no, we won't. We're gonna hit the Professor X wall. We're just hoping and praying that not too many people put Professor X in stage 4 with Mephisto. Anything else we could probably figure a solution out for. Where'd my bit music go, bro? There we go. I can't believe I used Starjammers versus Orcus. That's too funny. That's actually too funny when you think about it. The Vigilite, you gotta be careful with the Vigilite team. Their new stats are, they're tankier than you think. Without any health triggers or anything either. That's kind of scary. Yeah, they're way tankier than you think. Results. Am I alone there? Is anyone else being caught off guard by them? Kind of cracked. The financial end of stuff. I gotta go do my taxes later today, so it's good not to fall behind. I gotta get better at bookkeeping. I did spend, though, on game materials, like assets to show on, like, this is what you would claim, right, when you buy an offer kind of thing. I did spend substantially less than I spent last year, and by substantially I mean less than half. So I was actually really happy to see that when I did all my bookkeeping last night. That made me happy. Wait, what are we trolling about now? We want to know why you think about overpowered? I think there was a much better way to do overpowered. I don't think, well, first of all, I don't think 50% was the right number. That's an absurd number. I think you introduce a number that introduces elements of RNG, and you still leave some room for things like the Omega Sentinel one-shotting not to happen. The Endgame Thanos one-shot not to happen. Like, I think that's a ridiculous thing that people are seeing. I think there was a better progression path to do than overpowered. Why is this? What's wrong with this one? Whatever. All right, the huge crash chat is public. Let me put on the Discord everywhere. Should have been 100%. Now we're talking. Should have just been, if I have overpowered on you, full kill. Full kill. Oh yeah, I'm seeing in the announcement channel that the stream has crashed and restarted 1, 2, 3 times. That's crazy. I wonder, did it crash on YouTube too, or did it just stutter on YouTube? For the people in the silver, gold, platinum, they get fucked enough by the matchmaking and don't need an additional pessimetric. And the huge people tanking down there in the slums are there for their own violation and not Scopely's target audience for the OP. It would better serve its purpose if there was a limit set on when overpower kicks in. I think that's true. Maybe it'll put 90% of stats in one gear chip piece. Yeah, that's true too. The reason I'm so fresh with overpowered is because I seen the system that was supposed to be there instead. Diamonds are kind of dead as they are. I think literally if they had just expanded on the diamonds, then nothing, like no issue. No issue whatsoever. Right? What was I trying to do before with this? Like, I was trying to see what the punch-up percentage was from when Underworld took on Darkhold. I want to say you were punching at like 400,000, but the matchups were like 1.2 million. I was like the teams were 1.2 million, but you were punching at like 400,000. Is that right? Amel, Ceci, you guys were there in those days. Oh, yeah, it's true that you don't have the 2,000 videos to scroll through to find it. Because I want to see the percentage comparison between that and the kind of punch-ups that we were seeing with, like, Cabal versus Astral. Because I think that they're even. I don't think... People say, like, you're punching up 600 million. It's like, well... But it's the same sort of percentile difference it used to be. 800k versus 1.2 was the way. Okay, so to put that into perspective then. So it was a 400,000 punch up, right? But you would do, what do we do? We would do 1.2 million. Divided by what, 400,000? Oh, I did that wrong. It'd be, sorry, 400,000 divided by 1.2 million. So you were doing a 33% punch up, essentially. Now if we do like the 10 million Astral, which is a super inflated number, and you divide that by, I mean, if you do 5,000 Cabal, was a 5,000 Cabal team beating Astral? Or were you not hitting the, the guy hard enough? It depended on your Apocalypse, I guess, right? I had people lose that match though because the rest of their Cabal couldn't kill like Strange in time. 6 mil? So it's about 40%. So it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger of a punch up. It's a little bit bigger. The numbers, so that's the thing about bigger numbers. They start meaning less and less and less, right? As the numbers get out of control. It makes me wonder, from the 10 million that the Astral is showing, What's the, like? What is the? Where is the actual power being lost? Underworld Kestrel can punch up Orcus, not Underworld blocker, almost 3 times. New Avengers versus Society is more the issue. Talk to me. What's the difference there? You should do Null first, Pharaoh. Yeah. Overpower is created so we don't see no more Gear Tier 14 Shockers on the Infestation counter. How does that change it? How does that, doesn't Slayer kill homie and then it's over anyway? Right, I'm just going through Ceci's video. And you had to play this one right or you got dumpstered, right? You had to, was he had to summon in, or you would not meet the damage check? Oh, this is 1 million and 1.2. I mean, that's barely punch up. Yellow Jacket alt on Shocker will smash. Wouldn't it anyway, though? I guess it depends which Sinister 6 team we're taking in. Okay, where was I? The Gohori thing really bothers me. The Mephisto Exhaust, I haven't experienced it, but that would drive me crazy. Cadence of these guys not being permanent events or having their stars out is super, super annoying. Fallen Dimension Omega having its 3rd run was bad. Hidden buffs found only via the data mines is bad. Tone Deaf on Overpowered is bad. And listen, Overpowered is not going anywhere. I wouldn't expect them to comment on it. I just don't think they should have commented on Blitz at all. Why say that? Why be like, it's coming to Blitz, guys. It's coming to showcases. What do you mean it's coming to showcases? Don't poke the community for no reason. Don't poke the community for no reason. Overpowered laziness. It's a lazy difference maker. I just think it is. PvE, it's not real because they just do whatever the numbers they want there. Unhealthy niche characters. I think my Crucible shows an interesting example of that, and the communication is full of shit. Yeah, them saying, yeah. Anyway, might as well said it was coming to RTA. They did. Taking a 5-month break and coming back in should come with the expectation of being able to compete. I'm sure it does. Doesn't it? I must have missed the first statement. This is a reprieve they need, maybe. We don't have Ares Diamonds or his Last Awaken. That's true, too. Yeah. The culmination of this video to me is this. Overpowered's not going away. But the bugs have to. The bad communication has to. And PvE in our game needs a bigger focus on it. The focus has always been on PvP. And I think that's fair. I don't think you need to take the focus off of PvP. In fact, I think you can do PvE in a way that kind of makes it feel like PvP through leaderboards. I don't know I don't understand, and maybe that's the most frustrating part, how this hasn't already been done. I don't understand. Yeah. PvP in this game is just set by the player. Yeah, but you're playing against each other's rosters. Damn, Zero. What kind of loaded kid is like that? That Battle Royale leaderboard pissed so many people off. We lost like 3 in Outlaws due to Shadow King trial payout, where they gave everyone the rewards. If they're going to do PvE leaderboards, better ensure leaderboards work. Oh, I agree. I agree. The bugs? Okay, so, Outlaws, how do you feel about there being a third run that happened for some people's Fallen Omega Dimension, but you literally could only do it if you finished your first run on the first or second day of the release of the event, and you finished the second run the second the cooldown was off. So some people got a third run in, and yeah, it's only 8,000 of the it's only 8,000 of the stupid little shitty orbs there, but that's 16,000 milestone points, which is the equivalent of 2 offers, 2 of the baby offers. I don't love that. And it wasn't communicated there was going to be 3 runs, right? It wasn't communicated there was going to be a 2-day break. The third runs were only going to be for the top of the leaderboard anyhow. It doesn't make that big a difference. It kind of does. It pushed me, and I'm sure I'm out of it now, but at the time it pushed me from like 600 to just below 500, which is a new ranking. So I had to buy less offers now to beat somebody else. They didn't communicate anything. I highly doubt this is intentional. That's kind of my point. I understand it's not on the same level, but that's kind of my point. There needs to be Battle Royale leaderboards. There needs to be a reason for me to want to kill Null more times than you kill Null. But Null cannot be this prescriptive or zero headway into it, right? Does that make sense? And you could put overpowered on Null, and you could have it so that by the time Null has died 5 times, he goes up 1 gear tier. I mean, you could have it so that maybe just during the engagement, you can give Null an extra gear tier or level him up 5 times in the middle of combat. Just increases overpowered rank, essentially, right? You could do that mid-combat after 50 turns instead of doing the rage thing. That's how overpowered could be used. Yeah, Boylan doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Why would anyone take anything he says to heart when it comes to, like, engaging with the gameplay? Yeah, let's speak 100%. Ask Mobile Gamer what? Yeah, it's just don't take what he says. Leaderboard. I want to focus on this. Leaderboards need to mean something. If top 10 gets 100 shards, a 10 to 100 should be like 50 or some shit. This 10 shard difference makes it so zero reason push. Let's talk actual logistics on that. What is the proper number? I don't disagree with you. I think being top 10 should mean something. I think top 10 should mean you get an extra star, essentially, right? A star difference. Does it mean a star difference every single time? Does it mean a star difference the first time? Does it mean a star difference after 3 times? Like, because the way the 8-10 shards work, right? It's different. Boylon sent Mobile the leaderboard issue, and he reported on it, so they pulled the dimension mode early? No, that's not what happened. The dimension mode was always set to end at a random time. Rank 1 should mean something. Rank 1, 2, 3, 3 to 10. Rank 1 to 100, same star difference the first run. Second time onwards, no one cares. Well, the problem is we only have 7 stars, right? It's a shame red stars can't come in pieces. You know what I'm saying? Like if rank 1 walked away with a 3 red, 3 yellow, null right away. And then like rank 2, 3 walked away with a, I don't know, 3 yellow, 1 red, null right away. And some sort of cascading effect like that. Yeah, I don't know. See, I agree with you, but there needs to be a different way to go about it. The game should allow you to be top 1 CC without even having alliance. That's just incorrect. It's an alliance-based game. I can't get on board with that. It might make sense if leaderboards were more than a stat check. Slow your roll, because the Outlaws founded that Bleed team, right? The Outlaws founded the Bleed team, which propelled them to a crazy degree. Now, some of them accidentally tapped into the bug. A lot of people accidentally tapped into the bug. Not everyone in the Outlaws was doing that. The Warlock was great. The extension from the Omega Red, like all that was good, right? I'm trying to think what the payout should be. In general, no, I mean, look, in general, the people that spent the most, that have the biggest teams, that also are smart, they will win the leaderboards all the time. Me, somebody that spends a little and is smart at the game, I will beat the people that spend a lot but are shit at the game. Nah, when Manuel shared with me the team, there's no hints or anything about the bleed, and that was with Astros, completely different thing. The first leaderboard had nothing to do with the bug. That was just the bleed team throwing up crazy numbers. Overpowered is not good vibes. I can't get on board with that. There's such a better way to do it. Such a better way to do it. The Intel store is coming, Dementos. Yeah, the Alliance event is trash. Scopely should not depend on Krakens. Every mobile game depends on Krakens. Every single one. There's not a mobile game on the planet that doesn't depend on Krakens. Raid Shadow Legends, I guess arguably one of the most popular games in the world. Has a smaller community than Marvel Strike Force and bigger Krakens. Yeah, I did CC already. Did OP replace what they had for moments? No, two completely different things. Completely different things. Pixels doesn't? Bullshit, Ceci. Somebody saw you start the game and they started salivating. They could not control the drool. The entire office floor was soaking wet. And in 5 days, when you stop playing it, they're all going to go into a severe depression. No, every mobile game is relying on the Krakens. Spending should feel good. You should get the advantage. And you do. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear this. The guys in Outlaws, the guys in Sex Panthers... I actually don't know who the other top alliances are right now. They're not shit at the game. They're not bad. Legion was not bad at the game. But Legion, just speaking very honestly here, if intellect is a stat, I would say I don't know enough about Panthers. I know Outlaws, if 10 is the max, Outlaws would be a 9. Panthers is probably an 8 or 9. Legion would have been like a 6. And that's sorry, that makes it sound so bad. Let's put on 100. We'll say that Outlaws would be a 90s. Panthers would be between 85 and 90s. I'm not sure about Panthers directly. And Legion would have been like the 75 to 85 range. They were lazy, yes. A lot of them were lazy. A lot of them were amazingly good players, though. Platypus, Kel. They were very, very... they were in the weeds on the strategy. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I should do for this video. One lost Outlaws ever? Okay, see, I don't know what the war standings are at. I don't know, so. Do you guys, are you in different zones? Do you not face every season? Or not every second season? Yeah, hunt each other? Gala Rockets rest. Okay. I would love to stream that. If you get a bunch of outlaws who want to stream their attacks, which sex pimps want to stream their attacks, that would be the juggernauts facing. That'd be fun to watch. You gotta remember how relative money is, right? And I'll tell you right now, the maximum you could spend on Marvel Strike Force is nowhere near the maximum you could spend on other games. Am I down for a 16-hour stream? We could figure it out. I mean, we could do it. I would do it. It'd be fun. I'll talk to the wife. Give an advantage of making it pay to play is different. Yes. So one thing I didn't like about this Omega Dimension that... There's two trains of thoughts, right? You wait until the entire team is available, free to play, and I think you run it once. I don't think you run timed runs on it, right? Because it's either that or you put a 24-hour cooldown on it and you make it as hard as it was. A lot of people didn't beat it in one day, so if you put a 24-hour cooldown on it, then people that do beat it in one day, which is easier if you're a bigger spender, can get 4 runs in. And then, like, people that maybe have a team like mine who don't want to do it for 4 hours every day, they only get 3 runs in. There's a leaderboard difference there. But then I think there's burnout. I don't agree with this Fallen Dimension having more than 1 run. I think the Fallen Dimension should have had one run and that's it. No timed runs. You beat it once and it goes on a 9-day cooldown. It's there for the content. It's there for the fun. If you beat it, because there's so many people that aren't going to beat it, then you just... Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to say. Because I think that there are a lot of professionals who play the game, like professional workers who play the game, that can't carve out the same amount of time I can. Everyone's completely unintentional. I think so too. Dark Dimension has 2 run wars, though. I mean, it has. It doesn't need to, though. I played the DC Worlds Collide game. I didn't play the Dark Legion game. There's about to be a sponsorship for Dark Legion. I think I'll try it then. It's supposed to be like Dark Dimension. That's not true. It's called Pocket Dimension. Nothing has to be like things in the past, guys. Right? They're literally collapsing stores right now. This is a game that can evolve. We shouldn't be holding it to be identical to every single year or every single thing that came before it. I don't think. You guys read Dark Legion when I played it? Okay. Half LL's Troopers are most of the top end MSFers are there in DC Dark Legion. Baron will take you in. Okay. When I start the sponsorship, I'll definitely do it. I don't know where I want to take this video now. The bugs are stupid. The cadence is dumb. The communication is bad. I think there's flaws with Overpowered. But my biggest concern is that all of this, to me, I'm not seeing apathy. I am seeing apathy from the community. Don't get me wrong. I'm seeing laziness and apathy from them. I think they're doing a lot of cool things with Age of Annihilus, right? I think they're building it better with streams. I think Pathfinder's doing an amazing job, like promoting it on that, on the strike spots and stuff like that. They're getting the team involved, Ryan's involved. I think that's all great. I think they're doing a really cool thing, trying to get the economy fixed. That's really good. That's really important. I want to feel something when a war finishes and I get those rewards and I can run. I can buy a couple gear to 20 pieces, whatever the case may be. I'm really excited for that. Right? They're doing a great job there, but I don't know if they don't have enough manpower. They need to fix all the stuff before they move forward. Can't leave this stuff in limbo. And honestly, I do not understand how this stuff can be so fucked up. I don't understand why the Old Man Logan and Shadow King trials are not permanent. They've already done that with the Horseman trials, and they did that with the Mephisto trials. How is it not the same technology to make Old Man Logan and Shadow King the same thing? Right? Old Man Logan Mephisto's diamond availability, look, they auctioned it off, and they did orbs, and that's great. The fact that we don't have those available yet seems like it's been too long. Has it been too long? I don't know, because they don't communicate shit. If they were to tell us, okay, the Old Man Logan Mephisto Diamonds are going to be available summer 2025, well, at least we would know. We'd be like, holy shit, that's stupid and long. But at least we would know. The fact that we've now had a data mine suggesting it goes into a strike offer, that's rage-inducing. And now the next data mine suggests it's going to be in the Intel store, that's rage-inducing too, right? The Shadow King and Odin Red Stars not being available is the exact same thing. The cadence feels so wacky, especially Odin, mythic character, huge advantage if you got him done in the first month, fine. Shadow King not having his Red Stars available yet is crazy. And we would at least stop asking and being disappointed every single time a blog pops up and doesn't answer the question. Right? Communication, the Fallen Dimension third run, and then the awkward end, like that's weird. Hidden buffs found only via data mines, Vigilante in the Professor X event, the war stuff found in the Professor X event. They told us in a blog that we were going to be getting a skill node in Battle World. They didn't tell us it was going to replace a different one. Yeah. Okay. Let me just do one more. I don't know. I'll try and edit in some like gameplay and stuff too, I guess. I don't know. Omega Red Phoenix Force got to be close to joining the list now. Didn't he come out in like January? He's far from that. Like we'll see a second run of him 6 months later, so like August or something. I don't even know when he came out. Dark Diamond's arrival are worthless, only rivaled by my Strike Star currency. Fair enough, Hammer Time. I would argue, and maybe a lot of you disagree with me, there has been huge improvements to Cosmic Crucible and War in the last year. The War one might catch people off guard. I think there has been huge improvements to both. For the greater community, I guess you could say. I think Overpowered is a huge wrench in that. But I think there's been great improvements made on the PvP side of things. I think the PvE side has just been completely abandoned. But not completely abandoned, because we've seen Temporal Cataclysm. We just saw the last Omega Dimension. Those are great, but they need to make sure everyone experiences them, firstly. And I will not accept the arguments for Temporal Cataclysm that you couldn't get in there, because you could have just had a lower difficulty. I'm not in CC, so I disagree. There you go. Yeah, so the rewards are garbage, but that's why I'm excited. That's the thing. War and Crucible rewards are fucking garbage. They are. But the new Intel store, it's gonna fix that, right? Now we'll see how much intel we get. We'll see how much we actually get to spend per every single time it's done. An event thing is done, but it's the right step. We'll talk about this leaving Overpowered out, but the fact that they've ran the U32, the fact that they've made the seasons 6 weeks instead of like 12, I think that's really good too, right? It's keeping things more fresh. Anyway. Opium War is kind of great. It's a great visual indicator of it's okay to take an attack first. Maybe I should chill. I think the more I think about it, the more I'm with people that Overpowered should have kicked in at a much, much later rank. I don't know if it should have kicked in at where the current 9 is or where 10 is at 105. I'm not sure. I feel like they should use Spider Society as a benchmarker. Where does everybody have their Spider Society? Where's the majority of players have their Spider Society? Okay, Overpowered 0 starts there. For non-endgame players in CC at your own peril, those diamond orbs are huge until you get saturated. Yeah, for sure. Dude, I'm so excited for Thunderbolts. I don't know. Even season Crucible rewards are kind of pointless. Yeah, they are. Jumpy is spot on. Young Avengers for Dorky's case? Oh, what happened? No, fuck you guys. Oh yeah, me and Scotty went over it in our video on the weekend. The video we put out yesterday, we went over it. Halcyon. I think it's an interesting one. Can I delete this? I can. Fuck this noise. I'm already annoyed at trying to enter them all. I just need to make a way to make this shit work better. I'm just gonna put the final slides on. People can read ahead. Be your own spoiler. Did all that for nothing. That's alright. I'm still trying to... Whoops. I'm still trying to figure out my feelings on Overpowered. What just happened? I'm still trying to figure out my feelings on Overpowered. I am. Starjammers, Nightcrawler action, not in the bug section. Good point. It's a good point. That's not any spell discrepancies. Thank you, autocorrect. Nightcrawler protects. That is interesting. Nightcrawler protects the Night Stalkers, but not the Mephisto. So that proves that literally proves what I was saying about how Howard's is labeled differently. Is it confirmed that Nightcrawler's not fucking with the Mephisto? Have you tested that? That's super interesting. Nice, Kev. Do you think it's just because you had speed bar? Actually, no amount of speed bar would make that Mephisto not go before you. Because his speed stat is crazy. You'd have to have more than 50%. No, so it's not even close. Well, that proves it's a bug then. Yeah. Says he. You son of a bitch. Does Nightcrawler also allow them to ignore new Emma? New Emma's... well, yeah, new Emma would be what Howard does. I guess that's a good question. What are the other things that people are overlooking? Oh, what did I just do? Why is she back but the text is gone? God damn it. Or did I just hide the text? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, I muted it somehow. Weird. Positive. What are some of the cool things that we know are coming? Like the stores are getting fixed. Oh, this is not right. Anyway, free legendary characters. 2. New evolving stores. 3. Hitmonkey, Emma, and Howard all have the same passive in the JSON. So it is just a non-mythical thing. Okay. Howie doesn't have a mythic check. I'm so confused. Hard passive is worded differently than everybody else, yeah. Whoops. Fuck off, dude. Stupid free-ass program. Q for Quasar. It's Hyperion. There he is. Whoops. Community engagement. Community engagement, for better or worse, is at an all-time high. And I think it's a good thing. I don't think there's a for or worse comment there. Lots, Sly. Every legendary character is not free, and so free. Everyone's going to be getting the characters, the stars at the same time. Yellow stars, anyway. No, there was not trials like this before. It used to be like, to unlock, let's use Doc Ock example. To unlock Doc Ock, you had to have 5 X-Force members at 5 stars. And no, they were not farmable by the time Doc Ock came out. Is Numerator the new Captain Britain? I wasn't around when he was released. Correct, Caldoon. Yeah, it'll be 6 months before we get another crack at him. I'm sure there's more. I'll just leave it to the community to bring up some shit. DM. Oh, Zessie. Oh, the charts are going away as well, or at least it seems they are. God damn it, what else is happening? There's so much going on. It actually feels like stuff overload in Marvel Strike Force right now too. Like just stuff. There's always something happening, for better or worse. But it's like I'm getting burnt out on just stuff always happening. Engagement on Twitch has been, yeah, engagement on Twitch has been popping off. What are we at now? We're at nearly 200 people. That would have happened before. Overload's head to drown OP rage. I think it's just exemplifying it though. Overpowered is not great, but it's not the end of the world either. Overpowered is another, like... It's just another system to work through. It's like you have to check for how many diamonds opponents used to have in the past. Now you got to check on the overpowered level certain characters have as well. I find it's unhealthy with certain characters. Like, I don't think it's healthy on characters like Omega Sentinel. And that'll be true for every new progression path that comes, right? Because 50% is such a huge number. Kahori you can control, though. If you bring the right team against Kahori, you can control her. Thanos, you cannot control him. Even if you stun him with Safeguard, he still pops off. Ooh, Calhoun, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Oh, that's really nice, actually. I'll use it. It's really nice. I'm gonna sneeze. I don't want to. I didn't want to sneeze. I hate sneezing. It never stops once you start. All right, we're back. Sexy. Okay, what would I do? I would do it like this, I think. Hey, that's better. We can just do it like this. That works. What do you guys think? Works good enough for you guys? What do we consider doing a segment where I help random people on Twitch with UCC? Yeah, probably. Same way we do like roster reviews every once in a while. I think I'll add in music after the fact, though. I don't think I want this current music. Well, maybe I do. Yeah, let's just rip the Bandit up. I gotta get my kid in 2.5 hours. This has been on my mind. It's been bothering me a lot. How's it going? Nope, that's not right. How's it going, everybody? Man, there's been a lot of, let's say, not super hyped videos on Marvel Strike Force for the last little bit, and I get it. And there's been a lot of stuff in game that's been weighing on me, so I figured I'd try to get some stuff off my chest. I get asked a lot of the same questions that it's not always super fun, and I never have a good answer for you. So in this video, I seek to sort of get all that out there in one format. I'm going to try and keep myself in control here. We're not going to be trying to yell or do anything crazy like that. But we're going to have a very kind of frank conversation here. I'm worried about the game. I am very worried about the success of Marvel Strike Force, which is obviously tied to my success as a content creator. And it's tied to all of our enjoyment of the game that some of us have put in years and years of playing. So let's talk about it. There has been a lot of bugs that are reported, are never fixed, and there's no communication as to why they're not fixed. Kahori in stage 2 of Cosmic Crucible right now is taking 4 turns, and she's doing 2 passives. instead of taking 2 turns and doing 1 passive, right? Because her whole kit, her gimmick, right, is she gets 200% turn bar, and if there's an enemy controller on the field, she hit the enemy controller who has the highest focus. For some reason, because the stage rule is like giving 100% barrier on spawn, or maybe it's the 100% damage part, whatever it is, it's activating her passive to go off twice. So she's getting 400% turn bar, and she's doing 2 hits into controllers. That was reported in the Envoy tournament before the season even started. Literally, that happened before the U32 tournament, right? I think. I don't know if it was ever addressed that they saw it, but it sure as heck hasn't been fixed. And I'll tell you, it's been addressed or reported by an Envoy every single week since. There's been no words, there's been no nothing. I don't know if they're just going to stay quiet until this season is done and never bring that room back, but something is broken, and it's causing for an unhealthy sort of style of play in Cause of Crucible, at least in that stage concerning Kahori. It's not a fun gimmick. It's an completely overpowered gimmick, and I use that word very ironically. Mephisto exhaust in war. I've not seen this myself, but somebody did send me a picture. I'll make sure it's posted up there. Mephisto has 2 exhausts, but still does his pact. No one knows what's causing this interaction. It doesn't happen 100% of the time, but it is happening, where Mephisto will have 2 exhausts, and he'll still do his empowered attack, which is causing for extreme frustrations in war, which is a team-based game mode, where when you lose, it's not the same as Crucible. It's like, crap, I just lost my Crucible, and I may not make Grandmasters this week. No, it's more like, I just let 23 of my friends down because of a bug. Not great. Not great. Kit discrepancies. Yeah. Howard the Duck has a line in his kit where if he has 4 more Starjammers, he stops the alteration of speed stat. So you would think that taking him into the Night Stalker team would stop Man-Thing from giving the speed stat to his team. But Nightcrawler stops the speed reduction of his allies from enemies. So like Nightcrawler stops old Emma, but Nightcrawler is also stopping the Starjammers when it's worded completely different. I was once talking with one of the developers, and something that they said that I completely agreed with, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a really good thing that this is known by you guys, so you know, like, you can't play with the speed stat or anything like that, because when a player enters a match, they need to be able to know what's gonna happen. When I take X weapon into Z fight, this is how it's supposed to play out. If the kits are not working properly or the stages are broken for certain characters, that's no longer true, and it is a horrible gaming experience. And that's something that has been happening more and more frequently lately. That Howard the Duck is just one example of many that have been happening. We're going to talk about a big one here in a little bit. The cadence of certain things that happen in this game, it's unreal. And it's been unreal, and people bother them in the Envoy program, I'm sure in the Player's Voice program, all the time about this, because it's driving players nuts. And every single time they run a Shadow King trial before the Old Man Logan trial, which is what they just did, I get asked, Dorky, how can I get my max Shadow King? I don't have Old Man Logan unlocked yet. I just started the game 4 months ago. It's like, well, unfortunately, you can't. Because Old Man Logan, well, he's kind of needed to get the max Shadow King. He's also kind of needed for the current Mutant Raid team. And Shadow King is kind of needed for the Battle World whole entire game mode, which we're going to talk about that as well. There's no reason why, at the very, very least, Old Man Logan isn't a permanent event. They have the technology. They've done it already, right? For all the Horseman characters, all the Mephisto trial characters. I don't understand how the Old Man Logan trial hasn't been made permanent and his, the milestone rewards be turned into whatever they need to be to give the maxed out Old Man Logan that way. He's an old stat character. He's actually needed for the current raids. Like, bro, why? This is just a source of frustration. And that doesn't even talk about Old Man Logan and Mephisto Diamonds. Again, old stat characters. Old Man Logan is, I believe, a year old now, and his diamonds aren't available. Now, I'll actually give them some leeway on this. Old Man Logan and Mephisto Diamonds were auctioned off. And then they were RNG'd off in certain orbs, right? Where you had to kind of pay a big price if you wanted a shot at these diamonds. But there's been zero communication as to when that exclusivity period is going to end. They've told us in the past about like exclusivity when I think it was like Penny Parker's diamonds were being auctioned. They were like, okay, it's like not going to be available for X amount of months so that they enjoy the exclusivity. Like, do that. Communicate that. Communication is their biggest weakness and would solve 90% of these problems. Honestly. The whole we want to be more transparency thing, like, okay, you talk the talk, walk the walk. Right? You have to actually do that. So if they told us like Old Man Logan and Mephisto Diamonds are not going to be available until summer 2025, we'd all be like, oh, what the hell? That's crazy. That's too long. But we wouldn't be wondering about every single blog. Is it going to show up in this blog? We wouldn't see data mines suggesting that there's going to be some strike store offers for Old Man Logan Diamonds, and we'd all get pissed off about it, right? Now, I think there's rumblings that it might be in another data mine suggesting it might be in the Intel store. So you're asking players now to choose between a super old character or the Gear Tier 20 that's going to be in Intel store. Which, for other characters, I would understand. Maybe for Shadow King, I would understand that. You put diamonds for him in the Intel store. He's a new stat character, this, that, or the other, right? Even that's kind of rough. Because players have been trying their best in Crucible to rank at the highest. And they've been getting these Dark Diamond credits every single season and have had nobody worth a damn to use them on. And you don't give them somebody worth using it on until that person is no longer usable. Essentially makes those rewards from that store bullshit. Garbage. And that's not a way to run a game. That's not a way to incentivize people to want to try in the game mode. Yes, the game mode is fun. And that alone makes me like to play it as best as I can. But there needs to be a carrot for a lot of these players to enjoy it. And it's just ridiculous that's not the case. And then there's Shadow King and Odin Red Stars. Oh my god. Shadow King Red Stars were sold in the store when he was released. I believe it was in December. You know, we're pulling up 4 months away, and even his red stars aren't out yet, let alone his diamonds. Red stars for Shadow King should just be in the game. It shouldn't even be a question. They should just be dropped in. Don't wait for a week. Put him in the game. Odin Red Stars, I can be a little bit more lenient with this in my feelings about it, I should say. I don't make any decisions. But in my feelings for Odin Red Stars, I could feel a little bit more lenient about that because they did have a super exclusive Red Star event for Odin, the same way they're doing for Professor X. Unlock Odin within 30 or 45 days of his Dark Dimension 8 release, and you're going to get this exclusive 7 Red Star Odin. You're going to kick butt. That, I think, that's way better than the overpowered system, in my opinion. Those Red Stars definitely make a difference, right? But give us some communication. When's the next time Odin Red Stars are going to be available? I think they ended up giving everybody 4 Red Stars, no matter when you finish. I guess time will tell if they do that for Professor X, right? It's just the same conversation we're going to have 6 months from now, where it's like, what the hell's going on? I want to use this awesome character that I just chased for 6 months, doing my best on leaderboards, playing the game as hard as I could, getting my Gear to 20 up, but without Red Stars, like, it's a very poor imitation. So how long do I have to wait now that you're arbitrarily setting for me to get that benefit? And again, just a little bit of communication would fix that issue. All right, next, communication. We just talked about this a little bit. Fallen Dimension Omega, we just had this event. There was a 3rd run available. If you completed the Omega Dimension the first day it came out or early on in the 2nd day it came out, and then you completed your 2nd run almost immediately, you could access a 3rd run. And by accessing that 3rd run, you were able to get better leaderboard participation for the current Hit Monkey leaderboard that has mutant Gear 20s on it, that has implications for your Professor X unlock timing. And it had a super awkward day. It ended at like 3 a.m. today, whereas the leaderboard doesn't finish until 5 p.m. today, which is crazy. Now, I know it's not a giant chunk of leaderboard points, but it is some. 8,000 points, I think, is the equivalent. Let me just check real quick. There were 2 points each. Yeah, it's the equivalent of 8 or 16,000 points, which is like a $10 offer at the very least, right? So now I got to do 3 runs. I'm currently at 667. So now if I wanted to break into the top 500, I'll have to spend less than somebody who maybe couldn't. Because I don't know, maybe they don't do content creation as their job and they're not on to do the runs the second they're available to do content with people on stream. Crazy thought. I know some people are professionals, right? Just the fact that the 3rd run wasn't advertised as being even possible, and that now we know why they put that arbitrary, like, 1 day, 16-hour timer on it was to try and prevent people from doing the 3rd run. If you knew that you had a tech limitation on this, you should have just had it be 1 run and done. If you can't control, like, how many times people can get those node rewards, you make it be 1 run with first time rewards. You put a 9-day cooldown on it. You beat the mode once, you get the rewards, goes to the leaderboard, good for you. But the other part of the Fallen Dimension Omega that I take issue with is that people are upset that they couldn't actually do the game mode. They feel that it was pay gated. Now, you could accord for it. I accord for the majority of it. I spent a little bit of money, but nowhere near as much as a single character unlock. But they're not wrong. People are not wrong to be upset and call that pay-gated content, because if they had said at the beginning of the patch, hey guys, just so you're aware, there's going to be an Omega Dimension, and it's going to require the Vigilance team, and if you save up your cores, then you two can tackle this extremely difficult mode, blah, blah, blah. Like, that would be some sort of communication. A lot of people would still consider it pay-gated, but that communication would go a really, really long way. A really, really long way. Alternatively, you don't pay-gate stuff. We're going to get to that. Hidden buffs found only in data mines. So the Vigilante team has basically Kiln Tower style buffs active in the Professor X Saga event. That is to say, they get their raid buffs, but not only that, they get their buffs even if they don't have X amount of members from the Vigilante team with them. Like Silver Sable, who's supposed to need 4 characters to do her incredible ultimate, doesn't. She can do it. In the Global Hero section, War Rules are active. So the Liberty team is like head and shoulders above everybody. In the Shadow King boss of the Global Heroes, the Shadow King clones are getting 100% speed bar. So they instantly take a bunch of turns on you, which basically made it so that Old Man Logan, if he was there, would take a bunch of turns and instantly kill you. So you literally couldn't bring Old Man Logan. I think I saw either a data mine or maybe it was official communication. It was sometime this morning that suggested they removed him as a suggested character. In fact, I can go in there and check. It would be in the Shadow King trial. Let's see. They did indeed remove him. It now is only recommending Liberty and Jean Grey. So I can actually show you guys that. Let's go over here. Take this down. And you can see they took him out. So now it just says Liberty and Jean Grey. There's no Old Man Logan. So it's good that they took it out. But why has there not been communication from their end that Old Man Logan is like a detriment to you? We are sorry for recommending him. Contact support. We will refund your mutant pieces. We will rewind your Old Man Logan. I think that is like the least they could do, given that people are spending extra amounts of money to try and get through this section to get those red stars, because who knows what that's going to be available, like Odin, right? So, and that's like a couple of the hidden buff things. There's also, I think Cosmic Crucible is active in the Crucible section, in the Cosmic section of the Professor X stuff. The Vigilantes have their raid buffs in the Fallen Omega Dimension node, which is fine because they're the only characters you can use, but why not say that? And there's been other such occurrences that have happened before, okay? So if you're not checking in with your content creators, with the data mines, again, it goes to what that developer once said to me. You will have no idea as to what the hell you're walking into until it's kicking your ass. And that's a horrible gaming experience. Overpowered. I know we're going to talk about Overpowered. The tone deaf on Overpowered, they communicated not too long ago that Blitz of all modes and Showcases, which is even crazier, well, that's going to get Overpowered put in. Until you're ready to either say to the community, Overpowered is staying exactly the way it is. The damage stat is not changing. We're not going to scrap the system. It is what it is. Until you're going to say that and absorb whatever this is, say nothing. Or if you're not willing to say that at all, say nothing. But when you bring up something like Blitz, it's like, okay, tower mode, I guess it's going to be available there. It's like, okay, so that's going to be used against us, but that's not true either, because if we check more into overpowered, first of all, it's a lazy difference maker. We can talk about that in a second. But it's faked in PvE. In PvE, Scopely has always, and will always, and should always manipulate their characters, right? When they give Photon in the Omega Dimension 224 speed stat instead of her 128, it's like, ah, crap. I should have seen this, but hey, I could back out, so it's not the end of the world. You give them extra damage stat, you give them extra health stat, it boosts up the numbers. You've always done that. So overpowered is pretty much faked in PvE. The only thing overpowered will eventually do is limit something. Where I could see overpowered actually making a difference in PvE is, say, if we actually had a working PvE game mode where we had infinite scaling waves. And so if my character's gear tier 19 and the first wave starts at gear tier 14, I can kind of beat all the way up to like gear tier 19, and then I face the gear tier 20 and maybe I can wrestle it out from them, or maybe I can get one shot if I'm not careful, and then I hit, gear tier or overpowered 12 characters, and all of a sudden, oh my god, they're crushing me, and it is what it is. I got limited by overpowered eventually. They didn't have to manually put in stats for, 20 variable waves that they could have spawning in, right? That's how I could see it be implemented, and I think that'd actually be an okay thing. But say that. Don't say we're coming in to switch up Blitz and showcases. Showcases, we don't even use our own characters. They give us the characters we use for the first chapter. The second chapter is just like super weak enemies that you just blow over. It's kind of crazy. For overpowered, I think so the lazy damage maker, just giving 50% damage is super lazy. I feel like overpowered honestly should have just been a new progression system that, instead of just kind of going into our current rosters, because it does feel, and Mobile Gamer was saying this, and he's right, it feels like you nerfed my other teams where they used to work here. So you buffed player A's teams by nerfing player B's teams, is what you ended up doing, right? It should have been a new progression path. Something that players can build into or buy into if they want to, that can eventually equate to 50%. Not like snap your fingers and the game balance, the meta, the matchmaking, a lot of it goes up in flames. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that. And if you disagree with that and you have a logical reasoning for that, I'm all ears. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is I'm going to say, yes, but you're a knowledgeable player. And you're in the weeds on this. And so am I. So I can acknowledge that overpowered is now something that I have to check the same way I used to have to check if a character has 7 red stars back in the day. It used to be like, okay, so I have my Weapon X team and I got to beat this Dormammu Darkhold team. Okay, well, how many red stars does the Morgan Le Fay have? How many red stars does my Omega Red have? Okay, I can get that done because of that check. So now when I do matches, instead of just being like, okay, this team comp beats this team comp because kits went crazy, I look at the overpowered level of a certain character and I can acknowledge, okay, Noir gets speed bar. If I go in underpowered, he's going to just annihilate people. So it's a check I have to do. It's not the end of the world, but I still think it's lazy. I think there's a better way that it could have been done that would have honestly been more creative, more interesting, and they could have made money on it. Anyway. And I think there's very unhealthy niche characters. A character like Endgame Thanos, where even if you stun trauma Endgame Thanos, he still does his passive, take all your buffs, annihilate your face. He's one of the best characters in the game to bring to Professor X, so a lot of people are seeing him be overpowered. And so he is like one-shotting a brand new Vigilante team, which they have low stars. I mean, maybe there's an argument that could be the case. Should be the case. I don't know. I don't feel like a passive that is unavoidable unless you do percentile damage from a character like Apocalypse's Empowered Punch or Minerva's Ultimate. I don't think that is healthy. The same thing for a character like Omega Sentinel. Omega Sentinel is a much less case, a less egregious case, because if you stun her, she stops doing her passive, right? But if you can't get to her and she's doing her passive, I had an Omega Sentinel hit my Kahori, who is max build except My Kahori is gear tier 19.5. Doesn't have gear tier 20 on. Doesn't have that overpowered. The Omega Sentinel, no offense up. No Iron Patriot to make her hit harder. Hit my Kahori for 5 million damage. Completely nullified what should have been a pretty decent counter. I still would have lost, by the way. And that's almost the most frustrating thing, is that my opponent put a super smart team up that I was going to lose to anyway, but then it got trivialized because of the overpower difference. Had I lost because his team was just super clever, which it was, shocker, some big spenders are also really smart at the game. They're really good at the game. I know, it's crazy. I would have felt so much better about that loss. And I can see why other people say, oh, this is just overpowered difference. This guy's stupid. He just bought his way to the way. No. He crushed me because he had a really good team. And he had Professor X, which let him stretch me out. Which there's a lot that goes into overpowered that I think is way too heavy-handed. I understand what they wanted to do. They wanted to make spenders feel better. And I don't necessarily hate that. I think there's way better ways to do it. And I mean, maybe we can do a video on that. I don't know. But having different ways to measure success would have been great. Having a new progression path would have been great. Anyway. And the communication is FOS. If you know what FOS means, let me know in the comment section below. But it's not the nicest thing to say in the world. They want to be transparent. Anyway. I don't believe you. PvE versus PvP. PvP has improved. Let's take overpowered out of it. PvP in a lot of fronts has improved. I think them trying to simplify war was actually a really good step for a lot of the community. Giving these like cookie cutter teams get this. Is it inspiring? No. Is it very creative? No. Is it better to put those cookie cutter teams up instead of adding like a Mephisto to it? No. So the creative people still had a better team, but the uncreative people still had a better option from what they would normally do. So I think that was good. Cosmic Crucible, the U32, these are fun things they're doing that make PvP more fun. Cosmic Crucible refreshing like every 6 weeks with new rules instead of every 12 weeks or 15 weeks or whatever the heck it was before. That's great. I think PvP has actually been very much improved upon. PvE is starting to improve. But for who? Right? I think Temporal Cataclysm was a lot of fun, but people felt like they were gated out of it, which they weren't because there were different difficulties to it. There was no rewards to it, so people didn't super love that. The Omega Dimension we talked about, like that was really, really fun PvE content. But you could absolutely make the argument that it was pay-gated. I won't say 100% pay-gated, but it was pay-gated. The least they could have done is communicate. What they should have actually done is just waited till the free-to-play release of Hitmonkey came out, or at least the free-to-play release of Silver Sable came out, and then run it with the communication to follow it. And that, man, there's so many people that I've talked to that loved the Fallen Dimension Omega. So many people have said, like, I hope they do a Omega Dimension for every single new team that comes out. Because now I know the team better. I played the team in this insane setting. I had a lot of fun doing it. The rewards, it was for a leaderboard. And very minimally for a leaderboard. You also got you got the costume from the Super Easy mode, didn't you? It was just for the leaderboard. It was a very pitiful amount. But people loved it so much more than the super boring showcases. So they should do it more often. That would definitely make PvE better, right? But do it after people have unlocked the team. Gated content is starting to pick up. That's a lot of people feel that way. I think with proper preparation, you can kind of get around it to a certain extent. But again, I don't think everybody should be expected to be as in the weeds as someone like I am. Somebody shouldn't, like, not everybody should be like, oh, I need to save cores so I can have them ready to unlock this team in case they're needed for something like this. Or, oh, I need to do the Pocket Dimension immediately so I can run it again in time because they never disclosed there was a 2-day wait on it or that a third one would be possible or this, that, or the other. Like, Pocket Dimension literally should have been, you get it done once and then it goes on a 9-day cooldown. Congratulations, you beat Pocket Dimension. I hope you had fun, right? That's my 2 cents anyway. And they strictly said they don't want to gate content. So this kind of flies in the face of that, in my opinion. And then Battle World. You know what? I think literally all my frustration can be traced back to October when Battle World was launched. And I know they're trying to improve it. I know they are. I know they've taken a lot of feedback. the first initiation of Battle World was trash because it was just like, okay, use this X mode team to beat the node that has X mode rules applied to it. And they've definitely improved on that. But it is still the same sort of concept. It's raids, right? It's still raids at the end of the day. There's a team that's going to be best for it, and it's going to be whatever the team is, and that essentially makes it raids. I think they need to lean into like that vampire mode stuff that we had and do stuff like that. And PvE needs like a radical change. It really does. Especially if people are starting to feel the way a lot of people feel about Overpowered. PvE needs to be able to be the home for those players. Doing the same raid nodes every single day or the same Battle World nodes every single day is not engaging content, right? And this game, the potential of this game is crazy. The potential of this game is crazy. And let's talk about the new stuff that is being overshadowed. There's actually a lot of new stuff coming to the game, but nobody's talking and nobody cares about it because of all the compiled issues. And then the big one, Overpowered, that's kind of ruining it for everybody. We have free legendary coming, free legendary characters coming. We have a new store that's coming that's going to make it so that every single time a war or Crucible or raid finishes, I have a currency that's actually worth a damn, right? That's exciting. We know there's a rogue-like game mode coming. I saw the developers, I met them, would talk to them quite a bit. The passion they have for it, the vision they have for it, it looks like it's going to be a really, really good time. But nobody's talking about it anymore because we heard about it, what, a couple months back? And nothing since, right? But I think it was hinted at it was going to be a Q2 thing, which is coming up. So, like, that should be around the corner, but nobody's talking about it. Community engagement is at an all-time high with them, for better or worse, right? Like, they've said a couple of things that I know a lot of the communities use against them, but the Strike Spots Pathfinder's doing, the Crucible tournaments they're doing, all the promo codes they're doing, all the different videos that they put out, they're hyping up the Annihilus thing. They're making the game feel more thematic again, but everybody's still in the dumps right now. I think that there's a lot of good stuff coming. I am very excited about the potential in Marvel Strike Force. But lately, there's been something back here that's an alarm bell going off. That something's wrong. Why is Kahori's room not fixed yet? Why is Howard the Duck and the Starjammers, why can't they hit the mark on that? Right? Why do they keep bringing up this overpowered stuff until they have something that's either finalized or a concession? I don't think concessions are going to be made to the community. Why is there so many questions and it's about none of these things? I'm concerned about Marvel Strike Force. And it used to be like, oh, I feel apathy from the players, and that's the biggest red flag for me. I feel apathy from the developers on everything we spoke about except for this stuff here. I feel like they're only looking forward at this stuff here, and all the issues of the past were tucked into a cabinet and are being ignored. But those issues, they keep repeating over and over instead of learning lessons from them and implementing those lessons for future content. And that is actually the biggest red flag I've ever had. I feel like when I report something, why? Why should I bother reporting an issue when it's just not looked at? I think I feel helpless. I feel helpless that there are things in this game that at least appear to me, and I could be wrong because I'm not a developer, I'm not a coder, I'm nothing like that, to me feel like they should be a one-day fix. And they're not. And that to me is a huge red flag. Anyway, let me know what you guys think about this video. I definitely didn't yell, so that's good. I really think this game has a lot of potential. I've said that in almost every single video where I'm trying to be as critical as possible. It always comes back to, I think there's a lot of potential in this game. We have so many really cool, interesting kits. We have so many different ways that gameplay can come into each other. It's the Marvel IP. It's a home run. I do not understand why it's either not enough manpower putting behind something, or the priorities are just all wrong. The priorities are just all wrong. Let me take my house, for example. If I need to get... So, I want to refurbish my basement, okay? Yippee, it's time to refurbish my basement. The ceiling's not done. We're going to get a floating roof. This is all great. That's perfect. Ah, shit, we just had a hailstorm and there's a bunch of holes in the ceiling, in the roof. Well, you know, I'm more excited about the basement. Let's go do the basement first. And, you know, it might rain a couple times and we might get a little bit of mold in the attic. But, hey, I'll have a new basement. Nobody thinks like that. Ever. Ever. You fix your home before you try and improve on it. So fix the home. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. This is too long of a video. Let me know what you guys think. Is there anything in Marvel Strike Force you're excited about? Is there anything on this list that I didn't hit? There was a lot of things that I was like, okay, this seems like nitpicking, but maybe it's not. And so if there's any sort of bugs that I missed here, if there's any sort of cadence, you're like, what the hell is going on with this? Communication that was just either a lie or a miscommunication or an omission of communications. Any other thoughts on Overpowered? Let's try and keep Overpowered. We've talked about Overpowered enough. I get it. You guys hate Overpowered. I think Overpowered is stupid and lazy, but it's not going anywhere. PvE versus PvP. How have you guys felt about PvP lately? How have you felt about PvE lately? Let me know in the comments below. For now, stay happy, stay healthy, have yourselves a wonderful day. I'll talk to you guys next video where, I don't know, I'll drink a bunch of Coke or something so I'm hyper and having fun. All right, bye for now, guys. I'm sorry, but you're blowing smoke up their ass. Everything you said has a supposedly attached to it in regards to what, Venom? It's all good. I won't spend on the game anymore at all. We spend a good amount and how they won't see a penny from me. I'm still playing. The chance of massive overhauls are gone. It's not even a massive overhaul. Is it really a massive overhaul? Is it really a massive overhaul to fix Corey Stage 2? To make the kits work as they're red? To put characters in the Diamond or Red Star store? Is this really these big asks? These are not big asks. These are small asks. Maybe Ragos. I don't know about development time. Company sucks, game sucks, being held aloft by the Marvel IP. I've dropped a lot of Marvel games. I haven't dropped this game. Drink Coke, yeah. What a soner. The room 6 bug is super confusing and I don't get it sometimes. Let's go in game and take a look at it. Because I just did it. Oh wait, I didn't keep the fight though. Ah shit, I didn't keep the fight. Is it like a Nightcrawler positioning? Is it maybe a Nightcrawler positioning thing? Like something stupid like that? Yeah, at least change the text. You have a replay recording? Where's the Nightcrawler position, I guess? I'll put it now. Okay. Anyway, that's the video. I don't like doing videos like that. It's been weighing on me all weekend. At least I didn't swear. Or yell. Or get too uppity. Even if I wasn't a content creator, I don't think I would have quit the game by now. But I might be more checked out by now. I don't agree with that, Venom. You're a very pessimistic person. I just don't agree with that. No, I don't. I think that they would I think that there is passionate people there that would absolutely make changes to make sure the game lives longer. Let's go, Randy. That's what's up, buddy. It's either a One Piece Banner Rush for me, Marvel Future Fight, just too much. Raid is honestly a overwhelming game. I don't like the Raid video game. The Raid Shadow Legends, I don't like it. Ryan Jacobs said he doesn't care about non-spenders, so they have priorities. I've never heard him say that. Where did he say that? My computer just can't handle Rivals for some reason. I see, Steven, I don't like that excuse. I feel like you gotta get your shit in line, you know? In the Q&A they had, it got deleted. At no point in time did Ryan Jacobs say he doesn't care about them. That's crazy. Rocking on Wolverine? Not me. Yeah, I agree with that, Rebellion. I brought that up in the video. Put nipples back on tunes. No more nipples for anybody. This is a nippleless game, god damn it. Did my wife message me back? No, I need her to send me her T4s so I can go to taxes. All right, we're gonna edit this real quick, and then I'm probably gonna have to leave for the day to do a bunch of bookkeeping stuff. How's it going? Nope. How's it going? Nope. Oh, 1 second. Nope. Nope. Okay. Come on, just fucking get rid of the line already. Am I editing footage and all that? I guess I could. How's it going, everybody? Man, there's been a lot of, let's say, not super hyped videos on Marvel Strike Force for the last little bit, and I get it. And there's been a lot of stuff in game that's been weighing on me, so I figured I'd try to get some stuff off my chest. I get asked a lot of the same questions that it's not always super fun, and I never have a good answer for you. So in this video, I seek to sort of get all that out there in one format. I'm going to try and keep myself in control here. We're not going to be trying to yell or do anything crazy like that. But we're going to have a very kind of frank conversation here. I'm worried about the game. I am very worried about the success of Marvel Strike Force, which is obviously tied to my success as a content creator, and it's tied to all of our enjoyment of the game that some of us have put in years and years of playing. So let's talk about it. There has been a lot of bugs that are reported, are never fixed, and there's no communication as to why they're not fixed. Kahori in stage 2 of Cosmic Crucible right now is taking 4 turns, and she's doing 2 passives instead of taking 2 turns and doing 1 passive, right? Because her whole kit, her gimmick, right, is she gets 200% turn bar, and if there's an enemy controller on the field, she hit the enemy controller who has the highest focus. For some reason, because the stage rule is like giving 100% barrier on spawn, or maybe it's the 100% damage part, whatever it is, it's activating her passive to go off twice. So she's getting 400% turn bar, and she's doing 2 hits into controllers. That was reported in the Envoy tournament, doing 2 hits into controllers. For some reason, because the stage, that was even start. That was reported in the. Sorry, just trying to make this look somewhat coherent here. One of these, one of those, one of these, yeah, one of those, yeah, these, yeah. I don't know how much stuff I can actually edit in, but just a little bit, a couple things here and there to make it pop a little better. I think at this point, MSFE take all of these issues is necessary. They need to hear from the content creators that the community is feeling some kind of way. Yeah. This Crucible season's been pretty not great, yeah. It's so funny that like Silver Sable became like, oh, she would have been really good in stage 4. That's the funniest shit to me. That turn bar, and if there's an enemy controller on the field, she hit the enemy controller who has the highest focus. For some reason, because the stage rule is like giving 100% barrier on spawn, or maybe it's the 100% damage part, whatever it is, it's activating her passive to go off twice. So she's getting 400% turn bar, and she's doing 2 hits into controllers. That was reported in the Envoy tournament before the season even started. Literally, that happened before the U32 tournament, right? I think. I don't know if it was ever addressed that they saw it, but it sure as heck hasn't been fixed. And I'll tell you, it's been addressed or reported by an Envoy every single week since. There's been no words, there's been no nothing. I don't know if they're just going to stay quiet until this season is done and never bring that room back, but something is broken, and it's causing for an unhealthy sort of style of play in Cosmic Crucible, at least in that stage concerning Kahori. It's not a fun gimmick. It's an completely overpowered gimmick, and I use that word very ironically. Mephisto exhaust in war. I've not seen this myself, but somebody did send me a picture. I'll make sure it's posted up there. Mephisto has 2 exhausts, but still does. Is causing for extreme frustrations in war, which is a team-based game mode where when you lose, it's not the same as Crucible. It's like, ah, crap, I just lost my Crucible, and I may not make Grandmasters this week. No, it's more like, oh, I just let 23 of my friends down because of a bug. Not great. Not great. Kit discrepancies. Yeah. Howard the Duck has a line in his kit where if he has 4 more Star Jammers, this would be the last thing I add in. I don't know. Like, what am I gonna do? Add in parts where like it shows them saying like we want to be transparent, and then like just the anti-transparent. Like I don't know. Maybe. Let me grab Nightcrawler's kit. I guess I'll do a new one here. Where's Emma? Emma Frost, X-Men, where are you? Sorry, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'll be right back. I'm just making sure that this doesn't suck. Okay, and then finally we need Howard's. Howard's is written like it's supposed to work. I'm going to be very interested to see Saw Owner's footage. Let's crunch it down a little bit. There we go. That's much better. Almost done, almost done, almost done. Do. Oh God, you guys are gonna roast me for this one, as you should. This is really bad what I just did. That's okay though. Does this make any sense to you guys, or is this crazy? I know it's hard for you guys to read it, so I'll read it to you. Basically, I just took a photo of like the Nightcrawler text where it says the speed of this character can only be the speed of this character can only be reduced by slow, and I put the old Emma Frost one. Apply minus 10% speed to all enemies. That makes sense. You cannot reduce my speed, Emma. But then the Howard the Duck one is if this character has 4 or more Star Gem allies, the speed of all enemies can only be altered by positive and negative effects. Is it positional? Did Solomon get more into it? Okay, here it is. Sorry, I didn't have the window open at the time. Whoops, my bad. Let me figure this out. What's the problem here? Just watch it like this then. What the fuck did I just see? No, guys, that's not even right. It's not, no, it's not a positional bug because Blade would have went first. Why did Oath go first of all people? Or did I see it wrong? How on earth does Oath go first here? It's not positional then. Exactly, Soloner. Blade is a faster character than Oath. Yes, Nightcrawler spawns before Oath. Positioning goes center, back, left, front, right, front, left. So like Man-Thing is in position 1, Nightcrawler's in position 2. If Nightcrawler was doing it to them, Blade would have went first. But you can't look now because your Howard just took a turn. Now that Howard's taken a turn, speed stat is on the table. That's speed bar fill, not speed stat. You're thinking Oath's speed bar worked? How would Nightcrawler affect the speed bar being stopped from the room? Oh god, it's an image. You got me. I was like, oh, he's gonna say something. You got me. And also, Oath speed bars on offense. True. Howard's speed bar stat change, isn't it just until he takes a turn? Am I crazy? I think we've already looked this up before, haven't we? Speed bar is always. Speed stat is not always. No, you have a reverse dex. So don't even look at this dot, right? Because the whole reason there's 2 points here is to separate it. In Crucible, before this character takes a turn, if there are 4 more Surgeon allies, the speed of all enemies can only be altered by positive or negative effects. Until Howard takes a turn, speed stat should not be in effect. Speed bar can not be filled or reduced by any enemy for themselves, allies, or enemies. That does not apply to speed bar gained through normal means if this character has 4 or more Star Gem allies and does not have exhausted. This effect persists after this character's first turn. We're on the same page now? Okay, I'm going to make a video. We'll report this yet again. How's it going, development team? We got a big bug to report. I know it's the Crucible that's running out of time, but it's pretty big. I don't know if it'll have implications down the line, but as you can see here, we have a full Starjammer team up against the Night Stalkers. This is in stage 6 of Cosmic Crucible, and you'll notice that the turn order makes absolutely no sense. So we are supposed to be getting speed stat on our Starjammers. So the turn order should go, I think, Havoc, then Howard, then the enemy team gets their speed stat back, because that's the way Howard is written. So Howard, we go to his passive, down here somewhere. Before this character takes a turn, stops the speed stat of all enemies. So the Night Stalker team should not have had the Man-Thing speed bar. But Havoc takes a turn, and immediately after Havoc, it should be Howard, Oath goes. But it's even worse than that. This makes absolutely no sense, because Blade has a higher speed stat than Oath. So I have no idea what's happened in this room. Something is incredibly wrong. I'm sorry for making it. I don't know. The Nightcrawler here might be doing something, because Nightcrawler does stop the anti-speed up from affecting teams in this room. Because instead of just saying people can't get speed up, it's instead, if they have speed up, minus 50% speed stat. So that's working, but the speed stat stopping from Howard makes absolutely no sense here. People are losing this match left, right, and center. I don't know why. Might be something worth looking into in case you want to lean into these sort of rooms in the future, which I think in writing, this room looks really interesting. In practice, it's been kind of a gong show. All right. I'm just going to send it to them just like that. No worries, no nothing. Star Jammers not stopping speed stat in stage versus Nightcrawler. No, because it is stopping. It is stopping. I don't get it. It is stopping the speed stat on Blade. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Sounds like a job for them to figure out. You'd think, right? It's not our job to figure this stuff out. There, it's posted. It's stopping only Blade. It wasn't stopping Agatha. Agatha went first. We'll never know if Man-Thing was going to go first. Did we see Agatha's speed? Is it only stopping the fastest character? Did you show Agatha? You didn't show Agatha. Did he cycle through Agatha? And I missed it? He didn't show her speed stat, though. You can re-record? I'll show everyone's? Okay. Yeah, check the Agathas and the Man-Thing. Maybe it's only stopping one character. It shouldn't give anyone the go. It's just broken. That's the problem. It's just broken.
So you would think that taking him into the Night Stalker team would stop Man-Thing from giving the speed stat to his team. But Nightcrawler stops the speed reduction of his allies from enemies. So like Nightcrawler stops old Emma, but Nightcrawler is also stopping the Starjammers when it's worded completely different. I was once talking with one of the developers, and something that, or the Old Man Logan trial, which is what they just did, I believe it was in December. You know, we're pulling up 4 months away, and
I don't want to.
Let me know what you guys think about this video.
I don't even like this video. I don't like making it. I feel required to make it almost. That feels weird. I feel required to make this video. Technically, you think Nightcrawler's working as intended? Nope, that's not how words work. It's stopping everybody but Oath. Oh my god, that's even weirder. That's even weirder. It's just not the way words work, though. Like, I wish it was as simple as Nightcrawler's doing his job, but the word altered is not the same. So Howard is supposed to stop enemies from gaining speed stat. He's not reducing their speed stat. Like, that word altered means something. What is this?
All right, bye for now, guys.
30-minute video. Holy shit. I really got in my bag of feels there, huh? Pathfinder? I don't know. I don't think that's what Pathfinder does, guys. Starjammer's mirror? What's the issue with the mirror? Honor. Defense doesn't stop offense speed stat. Oh, that was the old Emma bug, right? I don't think so. Let me check. That's the same as the Emma Frost bug. That was first happening, right? Here, let me find our last message. It wasn't that long ago, was it? There you are. Oh, you did. A long time. On the March 27th. On defense, our revenue speed set increase for his offense. Starjammers, every play if you need the offensive team. Did I report it? Or did I go to report and I saw somebody else did, maybe? I just do it again. If it's still happening, we just do it again. That one might be on me. I'm not sure why I didn't report it, or if there's so many things being reported. I can't tell if I did or not, to be honest with you. Starjammer on defense are not stopping speed stat Is this an order of operations thing? Is this because my Star Gemmers are on offense? I can't get my shit altered, right? God, Howard is such a confusing way to write that shit down. Okie doke. I gotta do tax stuff, guys. I got that meeting at 5. I gotta get it done. Oh, I didn't bring up in the video that they didn't do the goddamn the stuff. What up, Pathfinder? How's it going? Can you hop on the waiting area? Wait, oh. What up?
Sorry for my accent. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Sorry. So the thing is, like on offense, as you said, on offense, we spawn first, right? So that's why SJ works like this, in my opinion. And screenshot that I sent you in Underworld, that's why we put Taskmaster there, right? Because if he's there, everyone gets the turn bar. That's the thing that Saul has in his video, in my opinion. Oh, sorry, Blade is on the same position that Taskmaster is, so he's the last one that spawns, right? So that's why.
Is that? I think Oath is in that position.
It should be the other way around, in my opinion. I'm not sure, like, offense versus defense.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it flips.
Spawning places where, like.
Yeah, but it's also stopping Agatha and Man Thing. So by your logic, it would either be only Blade gets the speed, or
only Alt, right? And that's what we see.
Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. So, okay. So if they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, so because Nightcrawler is either in position 2 or position 3, right? He's either in 2 or 3.
He's not in 2 or 4.
No, he can't be in 4 because he's in the back row.
I think he should be 2 or 3.
Yeah, so he has to be in 2 or 3. So by that logic, Blade and Oath should have been getting their speed.
I'm gonna test like Taskmaster in different positions and check. Like they might have actually switched like spawning positions. I'm not sure about this.
Well, if they switch spawning positions, then that's a huge different issue. But yeah, so because he's in the back row, he has to be in either 2 or 3, and Blade and Oath have to be in 4 or 5, no matter how it mirrored. But if they switch spawn positions, that's a huge what? Yeah.
I'm just gonna run like Underworld testing and see if like how the turn bar works, and let you know like in chat.
Right on.
But for Starjammers, it's for sure, as you said, like since the offensive side spawns first, that's why our like Howard box, they are Howard, I guess.
Yeah.
Or something like this. That's how it should be.
Yeah, so what's happening
not their Howard, but their Havoc.
Yeah. On the offensive side, we're getting our speed stat before the enemy Howard tries to stop us from altering it. And we're also stopping them from altering their speed stat before they try and gain it, because it's offense versus defense. But I don't think that's the spirit of how they want the team to work.
For sure. Yeah.
All right, thanks, man. Let me know how it goes with the underworld testing, because that'd be interesting if like defense positionings interact differently than offensive positionings. All right, talk soon.
Yeah, we'll try to get to the bottom of it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That would be interesting if positioning on defense has different interaction than offense. Oh, we're just looking at some interesting interaction in Pathfinder. I just reported this to the Envoy program. Let me find it. Not that one. That's Ceci's old video. This one. So this is in stage 6, but we're super confused because the Starjammers are supposed to stop speed stat here at all. So Havoc goes first because he should, right? He's got the highest speed stat, base speed stat at all of them. He gets the highest amount of speed stat added to his kit. So he goes first.
And then Oath is like, "Hey, I'm gonna go now." But it's like, "Hey, you're supposed to wait your turn in line. Howard is supposed to go next. And once Howard goes, they get their speed stat, but they should not have gotten their speed stat in a timely manner. Like, at the very least, Rocket should be going before anybody on their team. Anybody. But instead, Oath just comes in, and now Howard goes. So, like, she never should have had speed stat there. It's very confusing. And it's on her check, so it's hard to check now. So here's the thing. This is actually kind of interesting because Man Thing's speed stat persists through death, right? So I think because Howard killed Man Thing, Blade didn't get the speed stat. But the Oath kept it because it persists through death. I ran into the same bug, but they used Emma instead of Nightcrawler. New Emma's going all over the place on defense. I don't know what's going on with her. At least your team won, Saw. My team got wrecked. Before Howard's turn here. Okay. Was it different at all, Saw? So he's at 120. She's at 114 still. He's at 127. What's Man Thing at? 152. Did we not see Man Thing? Was he the first one we saw? Oh, your team was on defense. Oh. We don't see Man Thing. Why don't we see Man Thing? Yeah, her being at 152 is crazy. Oh, you show at the end. Okay. $95. Okay. I don't get it. I really don't get it. When you try to mirror with new Emma, yours remain loses speed stat, theirs doesn't, and you get your shit turbo pushed in. It's kind of funny. Interesting. Well, I reported it, so it's in their hands now. Yeah, Oath isn't getting her speed stuff turned off. But sometimes it's not Oath. For me today, it was Blade. Didn't get his speed stuff put off. And then he absolutely trucked my team. Let me go in game. Sometimes it's everyone. I didn't keep the match, unfortunately. I wish I kept it, and I would have been able to go through things. In mine, Man Thing was in the corner. Wait. In mine, Blade and Oath were here. Man Thing was over here in the corner. Oath is getting 5% speed stat. No, she's getting way more than that. Yeah, 5% wouldn't get her to go first because the Star Gemmers get a bunch more. Speed bar is not a thing though, because we see it in on the page that Sauna was showing us. She has speed stat. You've seen this one, Sauna? I've reported this one a few times. Not sure if it's just stage 6 or not. My guess would be it's not just a stage 6 thing. It's some sort of weird interaction with Nightcrawler. You've seen this one, Pathfinder? Corey just takes
Wait, watch her here. Here she goes. 1 turn. 2 turn. 3 turns. So 1 turn extra already. 4 turns is coming. And the 5th turn is fueled because she did her ultimate. So she's doing double the passives and getting 400 turn bar instead of 200 turn bar. All right, fellers, I gotta go. I'm gonna go get this tax info ready for my meeting at 5. I gotta get Jig off the bus in an hour, so it's already kind of tight. I'm sorry we kind of had a bummer stream today. We're gonna have a fun stream tomorrow. I don't know if maybe I'll save my war attacks for tomorrow, or maybe me and Scotty will just come on tonight and we'll be super goofy or something like that. We're gonna bring the FU back in fun. We're gonna be in your face, loud, abrasive, obnoxious, and really fun. It's gonna be like a Girls Gone Wild video, but it's just gonna be me topless. Nobody wants to see that. All right. Let's go right off to somebody. That other video? Yeah, I can send you the other video. The one with Kahori? I can send it to you. Oh, Bendable is streaming. Let's hit it, Bendy. Oh, he's doing marbles. Get it, Bendy, get it. All right, you guys have fun with Bendable Straws. I will see you either tonight or tomorrow. Pathfinder, I'll send you the video of the Kahori right now. I'll re-record it. All right, later, guys.